Welcome to our first weekend stream of backlog levels that are just a straight up backlog selection in quite some time, now that we are finished with the weekly previews of 4YMM makers. Not that we are done with those makers, of course, because we still have some half-finished Super Worlds that were left over from some of those sessions in previous weeks, including this one by Macho Man, which was a set of 8 connected puzzles. At least the first 4 in World 1 were connected puzzles that were all interrelated and all built upon the same mechanic. I imagine that the second half, World 2, consisting of levels 5 through 8, is going to be pretty much the same story, so why don't we just continue where we left off. So, World 1 consisted of a fairly simple concept that was iterated over multiple variations, beginning with some one-room puzzles, effectively. But this, I think, will be a different concept, beginning with Yin Yang 2-1. Now, we just have an intro room here. It's telling me something about the burner and the cloud. No, it's not. It's just a chimney. Very decorative. Now, here is the puzzle room proper, and yes, this actually does look similar to what we were doing in World 1. In terms of trying to set up some kind of buzzy deflection that will ultimately grab the key, so we'll see. We have some one-way panels set up here so I don't jump through. They're just here to lower the items. I will eventually want to send the shell through to this side. But before that, let's see what P-switch is for. I think P-switch is going to be there to prop up the trampoline in some fashion. So the shell comes down. It hits the trampoline, it hits the on switch, but then that is going to be an issue because that would deactivate the platform. Let's just do some trial and error, see how this is going to work out. Yeah, because it's going to sail right on down. Let's say we toss this guy up. It might also be something timed where, yes, actually, if I toss the P-switch up when the shell is coming down towards that area, perhaps we can deflect it all the way over. So let's give that a try. This is going to give me a little bit of a timing buffer to get in position for the up throw. That's going to be a complete miss. Okay, I guess that's not it. It'll probably be something like this. I'm going to hit the switch, but then how do we get it over? Let's think about this. I'm going to have a flowery reset room. Yeah, because right now the issue I'm seeing is if it activates that on-off switch. But the other thing I could do is actually toss the P-switch as the shell is coming down, catch it, and then land it on top of the trampoline. Let's do that instead. We may be onto something. Okay, so let's say I prepare the trampoline over here. I'm going to toss the P up here when the buzzy comes down, and I'm going to try to catch it in midair. It might be the same idea using the different items. That was maybe the right idea, but bad throw. Let's try that once more instead of giving up on it right away. Sometimes I make execution mistakes and wind up giving up on the correct puzzle solution much too early, and that's something we'll want to avoid. But given that one item will need to be tossed and one will remain stationary, I think it makes sense for the trampoline to be the one that remains stationary, and the P to be the one that is tossed up in midair. So let's just try that once again. Not quite. I was sort of expecting it to hit the on switch, and it seems like with a faster deflection that might even be the right idea, but it's unclear to me at this stage. The other thing I can try is we'll just take a look at what kind of heights or distances I need here, because let's say I do this. This will not be the right answer, but I just want to double check some of the distances here in case they become relevant later to the solution. Yeah, that's obviously what was going to happen. I kind of thought so, but I did need to look at that one carefully. So yeah, I think I did, in fact... Oh, you know what? But I changed the on-off state, and then I reset into this room. Now we have something new. Now we might be in business. Because let's say... Yeah, now we're fine, actually, because we changed the on-off state. Now I need to deflect the shell up to the top, and I think I will likely do that by tossing the trampoline up at it. Unless it's liable to just slide down directly, which it might. Let's try the slow way first. But I think the idea is that we do in fact need to take advantage of the reset. That's one thing I had not considered, because I was treating the reset as a reset, rather than as something that would be part of the solution. And that is indeed the case. So that's an interesting insight, because it kind of breaks down the separation between the puzzle room and the reset room that we often attach to the functionality of either one. That we often think about the reset room as something that is going to just reset the state of the puzzle and bring us back to start, rather than as something that actually gives us progress. You can see now where the yin-yang title is coming from. So we'll see what other variations there are as we proceed to the rest of World 2. Now here's a magic trick, or so we've been promised. Once again, going to enter this hut. And we have a slightly wider setup now. Once again, the objective will be to grab the key, and we only have one spot to throw things up, but we have these three switches here, and once again we should think about whether we could potentially use the ability to reset and to change the on-off state, which if we changed it to off, these two objects, the muncher and the trampoline, would drop down one spot, but potentially there might be some spawn blocking going on. I don't know. We also have access to this spot over here on the right. That might turn out to be critical. But at the moment, I'm not sure how. Probably with a trampoline at the end, so we can eventually do some kind of deflection. Now, given the heights that we were aware of previously, it seems like this will definitely be the setup we want. Currently, what's going to happen is Fuzzy comes down, hits the muncher, it bounces back, it hits the POW. POW is also going to kill the muncher. No, because it might be trapped on the other side of the conveyor belt. I'm not... or maybe it'll just have a backspin that goes slowly. So one of the things I'll be asking myself is there a way to just kill the muncher entirely, but preserve the shell? And I kind of doubt it. So why don't we just do a bit of a standard interaction just to see. This is going to hit the on-off switch. We'll hit the on-off switch, we'll return to the room, and we'll see if anything changes. So we'll just do the simple form first, just to see how we can manipulate the space that we're working with, and apply the idea that we learned in the previous level. Okay, that was incorrect. I actually needed to probably stack both of those, now that I think about it. So we'll figure out how to do that, because whenever you have the trampoline stacked a bit differently, like it's just going to bounce the objects up and down, right? So let me think about how this is going to work. Maybe with this guy here, now you're going to have a stack that goes up and down. That seems like it's going to be a bit of a tense moment here. But what we can do is toss this trampoline up as the shell is coming down, try to catch it, send it over to the on-off switch accordingly. Okay, I guess that was not really correct either. That does take out a muncher, but doesn't really give me any kind of meaningful progress. Right now, my objective is just to hit the on-off switch. Quite possibly I need to hit the next one, but then I think it's going to slide down. Once everything's been lowered, it's going to slide down. Ah, yes, I get it now. So let's say the state is set to off. Trampoline drops down one spot, muncher drops down one spot. However, when the shell comes over, hits the trampoline, sails up to the on-off switch. Hitting the on-off switch takes out the muncher. And then we just need to bounce it back gracefully all the way over to the right, with an additional trampoline at the end. So currently, we need to think about how to get this first switch activation. That's going to be our way forward. Looks like better throw timing might really be the only way to do it. We'll need to stack two objects. No matter what, they are going to bounce up and down. At least I certainly believe so. Yeah, no, I'll just need to bounce it as before. I think I had the right idea, just poor execution. No, not like that. But interesting to see how the P-switch is displaced a little bit to the right. I think that was just a function of how I did the up throw. But interesting and kind of weird. It does just seem like a kind of execution check, though, unless there's something to it I'm missing. So, for example, you can toss this guy, followed by this guy, such that they are not obstructed. And I mean, that's not going to help if the buzzy timing is still terrible, though. Testing out an escape room puzzle, can I help? I may be able to. Let me see if I can get through. So I'm currently playing this as a series of worlds. This is third last part. If you drop me the code, I may be able to look at it. I don't know if I'll be able to look at it right away since I'm not running the queue. But, yeah, sometimes these are good times to do that. You may as well just drop me the code anyway. I'm just not running the queue bot because on the weekend streams, I take as long as I want with these, so don't want to be under any specific time pressure. The other thing you can do is also drop it in the Discord. Yeah, don't worry too much about the warning that the bot gave you. We're fairly casual about this stuff. Currently, just going to... Yeah, I think the only way to do this is to try to catch the shell the way I've been doing. I feel like it's an execution barrier. This is an issue that I've run into with some of the earlier puzzles in this world as well, that sometimes you have some of these timed throws that look like they are execution checks. And the problem that I've run into with those is that I don't know if I am on the right track. So we'll see what I can do with that. It may also be that I just have the single drop here. I think the shell is just going to drop directly over that, though. Yeah, I don't know my deflection patterns well enough to be really doing this sort of thing. It's going to sail. It's probably going to miss, right? No, it's just going to hit. That was the right answer all along. Aha! Okay, I see. I actually have the solution now. Okay. Okay, no, seeing how that sequence of interactions plays out gives me the solution directly. Here's what's going to happen. We're going to prepare this guy on the right side. We are going to prepare this trampoline, just a single one. It's going to be enough to get the switch going. I'm going to get the P ready, and I'm going to use the P as an obstruction once the muncher is dead. There we go. And that should do it. Yep, no, I just needed to see the pattern. So, not an execution check after all. But I think I was a little thrown off by the bounce pattern off the trampoline height on the previous one in 2-1, so... Okay, 2 more to go. We are almost there. Yeah, this entire world is one connected series of puzzles that are all developing the same concepts. And so they are all based on this concept of trying to use these clouds here to set up certain objects to guide the shell over to a key. And so yeah, they've been getting more and more complex, as you can see. Now I have manual access to the on-off switches. One of the things that this is going to tell me is that it's going to affect whether I place items on the top level of the clouds or on the bottom level, like the upper clouds or the lower clouds. So that's going to be important. We don't want to hit any of the POWs because that will kill the shell. So currently, shell comes through here. Shell falls down. Probably hits trampoline 1 over here. It's trampoline 2. Comes down. And then what? Sometimes I have to do a little bit of trial and error to see the initial physics. Whoops. No, that's a mistake. Did not mean to hit the switch. Oh well. And that's not going to go at all. Okay, let's just redo this. Kind of interesting that in, I think, the previous puzzle, the pipes in the reset room were not actually connected, such that I had some room to stand before being deflected back here, so... But yeah, because the thing about jank solutions that, I mean, often they are just unintended alternate solutions, but whenever it comes to object handling, it can be hard to tell. Especially if you don't necessarily know the puzzle style of the maker and whether they do have anything that's timing dependent or if it's all just very gentle placement. So I think the only thing I can do here, I really do need to spend some attempts on just trying out shell positions just to see how the thing is going to fall. Because until I see that, I won't really have an accurate read on what's going on. Okay. So that's going to come over. Okay, no, I think I get it. There will be a little bit of fussiness with positioning, but I think I get it. Yeah, creator trust is a good way to put it. It's like that with Mario Maker generally, I think, but especially true for puzzles. So here is the thing that I can do. By tossing P-switch first up here, I create a blocking piece. By creating a blocking piece, I don't need to activate on-off in order to drop this guy in the appropriate position. Oh, now I blocked it. Okay, that's not correct. Oh, that's curious. That's not what I expected at all. Okay. That means that I actually have to do that second. Yeah, because that's the right idea, but wrong sequence. So I do not want to hit the on-off switch. What I want to do is place the P there, place the trampoline here, get this trampoline ready, and what's going to happen is when the shell deflects into the top right corner, then I toss this, because then I'm not worried about the P block being in the way anymore. That should be correct. Wanted to get past. Here we go. Not quite. I think there is a bit of a spacing issue here, because the shell is coming down, and it is coming down on this block here. So what I actually want to do is make sure it sails an additional spot over. Now, how do I do that? Because it's going to come down, it's going to bounce here. I think I actually need to bounce this guy up somehow. Okay. Ooh, this is curious. I'm clearly getting closer. The way that I would want to get the shell to land over on this square is by somehow putting an additional object above the red block. Now, there is a way I can do that. I can do that with the P-switch, but then if I do that with the P-switch, I don't know that I would be able to get a trampoline on top of this position the way I wanted. Because I can kill the P-switch. I can alternatively... see, because the shell's going to come up here, it's going to come down. It needs to go further. Like, it needs to be deflected by an additional spot to come down here. And then what? I'm gonna have to think about this carefully. P-switch can go on top. There might be some timed hits with the on-off going on here, and I don't know if that's going to be the right answer at all. I feel like it can't be. So you'll have something like this. But then I need some way to... okay, no, we got it. Except now that's going to kill the P. So I need to set this guy up first. I think. Okay, I've gotten a general idea. Timed hits like that are going to be critical. Now that we are in an off state, I can toss the P up here. I can toss the trampoline up here. And then trap the P on top and lower the trampoline on the left as we've been doing. That should give me the position I want. This should do it. I believe this should be correct. Okay, it's nice. I actually like the P on top of the red block as part of the solution because it's exactly the kind of thing that makes you feel like you're getting closer. By saying, I'm one block off, how do I fix that one block? Okay. So we'll do that. And we'll have one more. Kind of encouraging that the plays that are visible on the ninjas on the world map are just going up. The people who have gotten this far in the world have committed to seeing it through. Yeah, it seems like there's already kind of a time delay that's sort of imposed by the yellow blocks, and that's what they're supposed to do. In the World 1 levels, which I did not play today, but which I played, I think, a week or two ago, there were definitely some timed throws in the mix that felt like they might not necessarily have been the intended solution. But anyway, once again, we do have access to a timed hit on the on-off that I get to control, but you can notice now that it is a little bit out of the way from what's going on over here, so I can't quite do the same trapping interaction. At least I don't think I can. Also notice the hard blocks there. Anyway, we're going to have 2 P-switches. So that's going to come down. Shell is going to come down, and it is going to come down here instead of getting up on the bridge, I'm pretty sure. So let's just test some initial positioning just to make sure I know what the falling arcs are going to be like. Looks like it's going to go over. And where is the key even? Oh, the key is, okay, right here, yeah. So I needed to skip over to POWs. Or at least fall gently in such a way that it deflects its way around. I think I just need to, first of all, spend a few attempts on just research. Let's just see what the trajectories are going to be, and what the timing windows are going to be. Yeah, you can see this is coming down early, which tells me that I may in fact need to do some kind of timed thing here, possibly with a P-switch as well. So let me just try that. But yeah, Tempest Funk, I definitely see what you're saying there about trying to trap the items. But a lot of these solutions do kind of depend on interacting with the item throws while the shell is already in motion, because some of them are kind of dependent on the shell moving past a certain position first. And so it is part of the solution that you have to consider. And I don't mind that. That is just naturally part of the solution space here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try a timed P-throw in this location. Hopefully that sends it up the bridge. Up the bridge, takes it down to trampoline in this location. Let's just try this over here. Trampoline in this location, and then it's going to sail back down. Okay. Let's try to do this. Still just experimenting. Looks like eventually I'll want to probably just bump one of these items up with a timed throw of some sort. Once again, we'll have to make a few experimental attempts just to see where it's going to fall. Let's grab the P. No, bad timing. Wanted to catch it later than that. Other thing you can do, of course, is to use the P-switch to block the way it's bouncing back and forth, such that you can create a trap. So for example, you put the P in this position, you set this to off, then it just bounces back and forth until you are ready to release it. But if you were to release it here, I don't think that does anything for me. Pretty big sound delay on stream. It is not supposed to be there. It's usually a sign early on that my audio is about to choke for good, so Thanks for letting me know about that. I'll just do a quick repair. I didn't know it was that delayed. Yeah, it is severely delayed, actually. Yeah, thanks for letting me know. I'll just fix that up very quickly. We do have some issues here sometimes that are related to CPU throttling on my streaming computer, I think. And sometimes the audio just cuts out completely. So if it starts being delayed like that, it does tend to be an early warning sign. Sometimes people don't always point that out, but hopefully it's going to be a little more crisp now. Yeah, hopefully that's going to work. Yeah, thanks for letting me know. It's always useful to be advised of that. Okay, so let's say that's going to come down. What if... Okay, no, I know that when a shell comes down, it naturally tries to come down to the left by one tile. That's fine, because let's say I have to deflect over here. Then I do a timed throw that takes the shell upstairs. Once I do a timed throw, it's going to go up and sail back down. Then I need to think about how to use this guy. Probably to just raise the trampoline later on. So here's what's going to happen. I'm going to release this, first of all. I'm going to fire the shell. And then I'm going to try to do a time deflection. It's just going to bounce back and forth between the P-switch and this location here, so... Okay. That's mostly correct. The thing that's not correct, obviously, is the way that it is bouncing over on this side. I just need to release the on-off switch to do that. Still don't know what's going on with this P-switch here. I feel like it is related to... Oh, you know what? I don't need to do any kind of timed thing at all. I can just, I know what to do. Forcing a P-balloon after the shell started traveling would eliminate object handling? I guess it would. I think that would kind of overcomplicate things, though, in terms of the read. But I do get it now. I want to maintain the switch in this position... No, I want the switch to be off by the time I'm finished. But then... Yeah. Still haven't figured out what this P is for. I was thinking of using it as a blocking piece. Because I want the same pattern that I had earlier, except for the shell to get into the top corner with the switch in off position. Like, it would bounce over this trampoline. I would run over, I would tap this... It would bounce and would come back. What is the extra P for, then? I don't really see what it's doing for me. So why don't we just try the timed method to see what the obstacle with it is, because I suspect that this P is going to be involved with the usage of the cloud on this column as a blocking piece. I don't know exactly how that's going to go yet, but I need to just try out the timing. Do the thing? Yeah. I'm trying, Explicit. I'm trying. And, yeah, Luigi will kick in with the next attempt. Thank you for notifying me of that. I saw a bunch of stuff go on in chat at once, and I just completely missed it. It will kick in with the next attempt if we time out, for instance, which will happen in 20 seconds, so... And which will happen now. Almost. Anyway, Wallet Inspector, we're not running the queue in this session, as you can see from that notice. I'm being kind of informal about it. It's more that I'm not running the queue because I don't know how long I will take on anything. On weekend streams, I basically give myself unlimited time on levels that are mostly for my own list. If we have time, though, we might be able to look at your code. So let's let Luigi take a crack at this puzzle. I have the deflection pattern pretty much worked out. I just need to figure out what's going on with the last key in terms of why it might be required as a blocking piece. And I pretty much have the rest sorted out. Okay. So, yeah, tap this. Tap this. Get this guy in position. And we'll see why this fails. This should fail for some reason that I don't understand yet. But yeah, we're gonna have a timed throw here. Okay. Looks like that's gonna be fairly interesting because what it tells me... oh yeah, I just need to bounce this guy out of the way then with the last P. So with the last P, I just come over and I bop this. But I need to get it out of the way precisely to let the shell slide through and not hit, right? Let's try that again. Okay. Same idea so far. I think we have most of this mapped out. What I don't have mapped out is the last bit. Let's drop this. Yeah, because it looks like it is kind of dependent on timed hits. And so when I come by, I'm going to release that up top. You know, maybe I don't need to change the on-off switch at all, because if I'm doing the kind of P deflection to get the trampoline out of the way anyway, then that shouldn't matter. I think, unless it's just going to sail right over the key and hit the POW. It might just sail over the key and hit the POW. The other thing I can do is, instead of doing a timed thing, just trap the shell now. Like that. And now I toss this. There we go. All done. And hey, a menu. Yeah, a menu. Before we do the troll level, I'm going to look at one thing from Tempest Funk first of all, because we had a request just to take a look briefly at a troll level. Or not a troll level, rather, an escape room level. And a menu, I will pull yours up pretty much right after that. So that was the end of Super Macho Man World. That's one that we started, I think, about a week ago. If any of you are curious about the code, here's the code. I'm just going to punch it in for you. And yeah, it's just 8 levels, simple connected puzzles, like that one. Okay, let me just type in Tempest's code. And yeah, should be it. And you want a bit of a test on this one. Escape Room 4, Fractum Memoria. Difficult, outside sources allowed, pen and paper recommended. Okay, so just so you know, the thing about the pen and paper levels is that, I mean, I do them, I've done them on the stream, but sometimes because they just involve long segments of having to stare at some things and jot down notes, like, from a streaming perspective, like what you're seeing on screen is not necessarily always going to be that exciting. And so sometimes I do kind of do an initial read of these and then look at them off screen to do kind of the note-taking parts and then bring them back for a different segment. But I'll at least do the initial read of this just so you have a playtest for how the clues are actually being interpreted, at least in the first pass. But yeah, sometimes I find that these really do require multiple segments just because it makes sense to do some of the note-taking stuff offline instead. But we'll make sure you get a good playtest. So this trampoline is going to drop right away for some reason. You see a door that will take us back here, unless this is just a reset. You see 4 slots up to the top left that point at the P-switch. And you see a couple of crush blocks. Crush blocks kind of seem to indicate that you would have something like a bomb that drops out of the note block. So for example, if there is an entity limit that is blocking the pipes, you would have something like the pipe spawn. Something walks down here, drops on top of the note block, and releases the bomb. Alternatively, this could be kind of like a pseudo checkpoint where you yourself come back through the blue pipe and knock this open to open up the passage. Yellow coin up there. No idea what's going on there yet, but once again, looks like it might be a quasi-checkpoint where I myself get to stomp on a note block and blow up the passage. We'll just have to see. There is some reason why that is gated. Looks like there might be a bit of an audio clue here. Maybe not. Yeah, just taking a look at this circuit. And the fact that we are still in an on state. That you have something open in the middle, okay. So it looks like it's kind of a picture puzzle, where these are fragments that are matching up to parts of the scene in the previous room, if I'm not mistaken. Let me just take a look once again. Okay. Let me just check the initial room too to see if there's anything... Okay, it's just a thwomp check. Your most recent update is in the first puzzle, so you're most interested in that, yeah. Yeah, program I should probably set up to actually have some kind of text overlay on stream. I should lay that out properly instead of trying to do that on the fly with additional window overlays. I know it's quite simple to do that on a technical level. I just haven't mapped it out to make it look good. But yeah, that's a good idea. I will keep that in mind for future escape rooms, just to have some live note-taking. Usually I actually just use the screenshot function as well. So yeah, it looks like we are looking at just a series of things that need to be assembled. I am going to take screenshots now, actually, just to... 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6, 7. And then we can actually pull them up on the switch if needed. Okay. Looks like this is the only real continuation. It's going to enforce the on state going in here, which makes me wonder why you would have an on-off gate in the numbered clue room to begin with, but we'll think about that later. This is a door that drops you down. Key, looks like it's probably an exit. Skull door, interesting. Looks like this would need to be blown up. This can be hit, but I'm not going to do it just yet. All of the Goomba things can be hit, actually. All of the Goomrats, rather. And I think it might be... Okay, they are also overlaid on top of on-off, which tells me that on-off toggle would lower everything by a step. This is going to be another bomb crush, I think, that is going to be dependent on note blocks dropping objects. Yeah, I'm not going to hit the piranha plants just yet until I determine what else I can look at. But it looks like it will be combination lock, yeah. And that the combination lock will go up to 9 before the blaster comes down. And that part of what's going on here is that it's dark for the purpose of obscuring the lock. Because I guess you're building in a fairly tight space where you can't just keep things off screen. So the combination lock is going to probably depend on the numerical clues that we saw earlier. So once again, we see a note block kind of carving its way through here. I guess the sequence that we should be looking for... Let's take a look at how these are shaped once again. Yeah, we just need to match the pathway with the objects that it's actually crossing. So it's going to go... Unless the note pattern is something that matters, I'm kind of listening to that carefully as well. But supposing that we just need to read the picture clues, then we just think about where the note block is crossing over. But maybe the audio clue is important. Let me just listen to that once more. And it's only going to be active when I have the on-off toggled. Okay, so that's why you have the on-off gate there. Okay, so you heard 3 beeps and then 5 beeps. Let me just redo that, just to listen to it again and watch its position when the beeps are going on. Oh, I see. Okay, no. What's happening is that it is giving you a sequence of 8 notes that correspond to 8 objects. 8 objects correspond to 4 pairs of objects. 4 pairs of objects correspond to 4 numbers on the code. So let me just... I am actually going to take notes here. But... So I'm going to just come up with a notation quickly. It's going to be C for cloud, B for bush, and M for mushroom platform. We'll just watch carefully. CBM. And then those 5. Okay. So it's going to be CBM, BM, CBM. And then we just pair those accordingly with the code. So first one is going to be cloud bush. That's going to be number 3. Second one is going to be mushroom and then bush, which is 8. Third one is going to be mushroom and then cloud, which is going to be 9. And then bush and mushroom, which will be 1. So the code I have is 3891. And we'll see if that's correct. Okay, 1, 2, 3. And I'm out of time, but that's okay. We'll just go back and do the code entry. Currently, my guess for the code is 3891, given the clues that I've received so far, and I'm going to punch it in left to right, because that seems to be a reasonable assumption. Uh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then 1. I don't know if I need to key anything in or if I just need to let this thing run. That's an interesting question, actually. I don't know if there's a kind of key entry. Or if there is something I need to lead in order to get the code to actually perform. So that's the thing I'm unclear about right now, is just, you know, is there a way to punch it in, or do I just have to wait? Or did I just have the wrong code entirely? Like, right now, I have that moment of uncertainty. Looks like it will give the key if correct, yeah, but I don't know how the setup is going to work, like whether it's something that's instant or quick or what. I mean, my code might just be wrong. It's entirely possible it's just wrong, so let me just verify this then. Because it's possible that something got mixed up during my notation of the code, but I believe I would have been correct. Let me just do this once again very quickly. Yeah, that's the same... Okay, so I did notate that correctly. It was cloud, bush, mushroom, cloud, bush, mushroom. And let me just verify that I had everything done correctly in pairs, if I am thinking about them in sequence in pairs. Cloud, bush, that's 3. Mushroom, bush, that's 8. Mushroom and cloud, that should be 9. Yeah, that's correct. Bush and mushroom should be 1. Yeah. So 3891 is what I'm going with. I don't know if I'm just misreading that. But I'll just come back here and take a look. The thing about the key entry, though, is that let's think about how it's going to operate, because I think you need to punch it in. I don't know if it's order dependent, but it looks like ultimately the thing that is going to trigger once you have the key code all done is the bomb over here. That the note block dropping something and making contact with the bomb, like that should be the thing that gives me the key. So for example, if it's on the bomb and it gets crushed. So in light of that, is there any reason to believe that the code should not be punched in left to right? I think I should just try the same code again, see if anything changes. That's 3. That fires something. Now, the interesting thing about this being built dark is that I can't see what the code mechanism is, but the code mechanism technically counts as on screen, so things are going on within the screen boundary that I can't see. Okay. 9 there. And 1 here. Now what? You can try it as enemies to be kept instead. Oh, like the inverse of the code. doesn't really seem that intuitive, but because it would require you to kind of tap the whole stack and realize that it only goes up to 9. I can try it, but I just don't see any reason why I should. Like, I don't see any kind of clue that's pointing towards that. Same with the entry order. I don't know if there's any clue that points towards an entry order that's like, say, right to left, for instance, in order to lead something over to bomb on the left. But I could try some kind of right to left entry, since clearly the destination is going to be the bomb anyway. Let me just take a look at the first room again to see if there's any additional clue that might be important. So yeah, it looks like tap, 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 followed by P. So we should be looking at the P switch after we punch in the code. That's my understanding. Where do we have access to actually tapping a P switch? That's my question. This guy here. The way I do it is by jumping here. Yeah, that's the activation. Yeah. No, I got it. I got it. I'd sort of written off that spot down there for no good reason. Gates. Yeah, no, I just need to jump in here, and the trampoline pushes me onto the P. And traps me, so nothing gets manipulated until the whole key mechanism is complete. Like, it traps me in place so it prevents me from breaking anything. Okay, we'll do one tap over here. And this should be correct. Yeah, it's going to trap me. And that's going to blow up, and then there's a whole mechanism that's going to refresh the P switch for as long as it takes for the lock to set itself up, and it's going to give me a PAL block on top of the door to the left side. Not going to give me a key, but it is going to give me this. So that's going to be the way forward. Okay, 85 seconds left, and no checkpoint or anything as yet, but that is just code dependent, so not a big deal. And ELI Carls. Wait. No, I'm reading this incorrectly. EARLSO. Eli Earlson. What's the top left say? And? Oh, you want me to consult outside resources, don't you? Like, I need to do some kind of search. Find. Okay, I didn't read that as find, yeah. Right, because the letters are separated by the block designs. Okay. That is something, and it doesn't tell me what. There are 25 seconds remaining. Let me just continue doing the read. Yeah, that's a de facto checkpoint. Although I need to go back after that and find Eli Earlson, so... We have 14 seconds left. Loops back around. I'm just going to get my search engine ready for the next attempt. Looks like, of course, that has anything broken in such a way that does not refresh the same way. I don't know. Okay, so we got to the Eli Earlson room. Let me just pull up a search engine. See if this is going to give me a level code for a Rickroll. And I'll just pull that up quickly. That actually doesn't really give me any interesting hits. Like, that string actually gives me precisely one hit on Google, and that does not really look like anything other than random noise. So let me see if I've actually read the clue correctly. And Yeah, I kind of agree with what you were saying earlier, Program, in that if I am going to be doing more escape rooms that have like outside searches and note taking and such, that I really should come up with a better display system for it, for the viewer experience. And I know that on a simple level I can just pull up a text file or something, but for things like searches and such, I should actually get the browser windows going. But anyway, well, let's just key this in. And let's just go back to the hint room. Yeah, you're right about that. I mean, I am basically just walking through everything that I am thinking. I have, at this point, not actually jotted anything down besides the clue to the code and the code itself. But let's just come back here, reread what's going on. Also, there is a bit of an audio clue here, too. Find Eli Earlson. Okay. Interesting. And... oh, wait. That gives me enough light to see what's going on over here. What is that? I'm going to screenshot that at the next opportunity. There we go. And what even is that, though? I feel like I don't know what I'm looking for at all there. But we'll just wrap around. We've got 300 seconds here. I can see what else in this level is actually navigable so far. And hey, Electrodude. Hope you're doing well. Don't know if your injury has recovered enough for you to get into any Splatfest this week. Oh, you know what? There was an audio clue earlier that kind of tells me that the key entry has multiple codes. If I listened carefully to the new rhythmic pattern, it would perhaps give me a different sequence of notes that I need in order to key in a totally different set of numbers. And that it's quite possible that this whole mechanism is set up such that it gives me access to different doors depending on where an object ultimately drops. So for example, this dropped a POW to give me this door, but this could also drop a POW to give me that door, and so on. Or, you know, you could have something that bombs this spot or anything like that. So 3891 is just the first code we need, but it's probably not the only code we need, and I needed to listen to the audio clue from the hint room that we saw just now. So let's do that again. Okay. And let's punch that in. Yeah, no, I totally understand, I think. What's going on here is that we should be thinking about multiple potential codes that give you different access ways. And hey, Greggy Spike, welcome. So let's go back to the clue room, and this time I'm going to listen carefully to the pulses in the audio clue. Oh, except that POW is already gone. I guess that's what going back to the main room is for. In fact, going back to the main room takes me back through the blue pipe, now that we've opened that up. I did not need to redo the code entry, I just needed to go back to start. Yeah, Greggy Spike, not really formally running the queue today, because I don't want to promise anything when I'm taking unlimited time on levels. Thanks for dropping the code anyway. Like, I'll take that into consideration, but we have a couple of things that are already on the program, so can't promise that. But if we have time later. Electro Dude, I don't know if I will really have time to step into much of Splatfest at all, unfortunately. I should look into it, but I just haven't played in such a long time. I might do it, because I've always liked the maps, which kind of salvaged Turf War from being the least interesting thing. Okay. So we heard 8 pulses there. 8 pulses that are spaced a little bit differently. So let me do that again just to get rhythm down. It's going to be pulse, pulse, pulse. Okay. Pulse, pulse, pulse. Rest, pulse. Rest, pulse, pulse, pulse. Rest, rest, pulse. So let's go back to the clue room here and see what that translates to. I think that was double rest that we saw at the end. Hey, safety man. Okay, so the clue is going to translate into cloud, bush, mushroom, rest, bush, mushroom. No, sorry, bush, rest, cloud, bush, mushroom, rest, rest, mushroom. So we have 4 new pairs. We have cloud bush, mushroom bush, which is the same as the previous clue that we have so far. Then it changes. It goes cloud bush, and then it goes mushroom mushroom. So the numbers 3 and 4 are going to change. It's going to start the 3, 8, and then we want cloud bush, which is 3. And then we want mushroom mushroom, which is 5. So the new code I have is 3, 8, 3, 5. Let's try that and see what works. And yeah, Electro Dude, I'll let you know about that in case we arrange some kind of time, but I have to check how long it's actually running to see if I can sneak in the game before it's in, because did they say this one was a 48-hour one, or? I don't recall. I've definitely missed some Splatfests in the past, including the very last one that they did, you know, before they said they were taking a break indefinitely, because I just misread time zones and ending times. Okay, first 2 parts of the trigger are going to be the same. Then it's 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's try that and see if anything happens. Something is going to happen because the first 2 digits are the same, so the initial part of this is going to work. We'll just see if it actually gives us the second door. Safety of man, I don't have the bot running, but I can give you the code for this, or actually Tempest, who sent this to me, can just give you the code. And yes, the second code is correct. The second code gives me a new text clue. We need to find a checkpoint. Oh, and a light. Hopefully. SEAR search on VK. Isn't VK like Russian social media? So we need to find a guy named Eli Earlson on Russian social media. Okay, just so you know, I'm not opening up a VK account for this if it's somehow required. But we're going to search on VK for Eli Earlson. And actually, Safety Man, I'm not sick of hearing about it. I'm sure Grakowski will love to hear about that as well. Let's just... Are you actually able to search on VK if you don't have an account? That's the thing, because I'm not doing it if it requires like separate installation or something. So if anybody wants to pull their connections on Russian social media to search for Eli Earlson, let me just type in the clues again. You can do that. Unless I'm misreading this and it's not actually saying VK, but saying something else. Okay. 1 second. It might just be the mobile site that was being uncooperative. Might need to key that into my actual browser then. Oh, that's why you chose VK. Okay. Let me see, because VK by default I think is like on Russian, right? But oh, I see. It's just a mobile site being terrible. Let me just do it on desktop then. But anyway, just so you folks know what I'm staring at, those are the clues that I'm currently punching in. I don't have a browser window kind of set up to go on my stream, unfortunately. I know it's just a one-step thing to get it running on OBS, but let me see if I can pull that out. Okay, so we want to find a guy named Eli Earlson, or an account, New York City, USA, in memoriam 1922 to 1944. And you have a bunch of clues there that were posted today that were... Okay, I really should do something to pull up a browser window for this one. Moment. Let's see if I can fudge with this. Because I gotta hide some stuff on my... Whoops. Yeah, hang on. I don't know how practical it is for me to display it like right at a moment's notice without actually having set this up, but I'll try to do it. And just add a quick window source here. That has way too many windows open. Let's see if I can resize this thing. This is tricky. See, this is why I wanted to fit to screen. There we go. Okay, so here's what's going on with this is that you have a bunch of clues that were posted today, and you have a couple of dates, 22 to 1944, and some photos from your grandfather's time in the Navy when you sailed the seven seas. Final message left by your grandfather before he disappeared, and there's an audio file. Okay. Let's take the audio file. I'm just going to blink this off for 1 second so I make sure I don't have any kind of account issues. And we'll see if we can play it from the computer audio.
I've been careful to seal mich pots lavi number within this message. Time is short. There are no years. Novella Herman owned has the answer. Enter the novella's publication date. Seek the keys.
Okay, we want the publication date of a novella. I'm not sure I actually managed to hear that message very accurately. So for those of you not following, this is what the page looks like. I'm actually going to punch in, just for the chat log, the link to the previous page, just so you know what we're doing. And okay, so that's what it is. It's going to link us to that audio clue, and it's going to ask us to look for the publication date of a certain novella, and that's going to be probably the code that we need for the next code entry. I need to listen to that message again, though. Wait. Hang on, that's not the audio I thought I was playing. Let me try this once again.
I've been careful to seal mich pots lovey number within this message. Time is short. There are no years. Novella Herman owned has the answer. Enter the novella's publication date. Seek the keys.
Okay, the issue is I guess I have my audio a bit low. I actually couldn't quite pick up the whole message. So for the purpose of playtesting, like, do you want to write down a transcription or something, or like, I think that would probably work better, because it's telling me to look at the publication date of a novella, and I actually just can't really make out what was being said up to that point. The entire script is not necessary. Okay. Well, no. The issue was that like I couldn't really understand what was being said. But it is partly because my onboard audio is just a little bit low, I think. So. Well, anyway, it's very clear to me that I need to look for a 4-digit number, and that it's going to give me the final code, right? Find the novella publication date. Should be enough for now, okay. Fractum Memoria? Let's try that. Fractum Memoria just gives me a PDF for a role-playing game. And let me pull that up so you know what I'm looking at. It's a string with almost no hits, but it looks like this. It just gives me a PDF for a set of rules for a role-playing game. I don't think that's really related to anything with a novella. I might just be barking up the wrong tree. So why don't we take that out? That's the only hit that is in English. Everything else, of course, is just in Latin. Okay, that was worth a try. Find a novella publication date. Then the question is, what novella? Yeah, because just on a quick skim over that clue just now, I don't think I was able to find anything that was related to a date. Find a novella publication date. Okay, so is there some kind of missing piece of information I should be looking for. Oh, you know what? You know what? Let's go back to the VK page, because that's something that I haven't actually looked at just yet. Let's go back to the VK page and see if there's anything that's related to a novella. There is like an image of a pen or something. Necklace. You know what? Let's just go through all of these. Okay, a couple of photographs with comments disabled. You know what? First edition H.G. Wells novella. There we go. And it's a time machine. You know what? I noticed by memory it's 1895. Maybe not. Maybe it was 1905. Unless I'm mixing it up. No. Time machine is fairly early on. I think it's actually 1895, but I will look it up just to be sure. Yeah, it actually is 1895. Okay, I actually do know this stuff. So why don't we just key in 1895? No, you just happen to find somebody who kind of knows his H.G. Wells. Also interesting that the 89 in 1895 matches up to the 3891, like the middle digits in the first clue, and so there is kind of a shared part of the mechanism that works the same way. Okay, and let's punch that in. And we'll just kind of stand around a bit while we figure out the rest of this. Okay, it's going to open up this door here. And what's this going to tell me? Beat code in audio. Beat code in audio. I guess the code would be in the audio file, and then it would give us the beat for going back to the initial room. So I guess we need to listen to the audio file once more to think about whether that's going to give us the pulses that then give us the image clue here. So I guess we need to have another pass off through the audio file. So give me one moment. Let me reload this on SoundCloud this time so it's not playing the wrong thing entirely. I'm also going to post the link in chat so you folks know what I'm looking at or listening to in case you want to play it locally. It is linked directly on the VK page clue.
I've been careful to seal mich pots lavi sit number within this message. Time is short. There are no years. Nivella Herman owned has the answer. Enter the novella's publication date. Seek the keys.
Okay, so there are certain words that are emphasized in that message, and there are words that are in between those words. And it seems like the pattern between stress and non-stress when it comes to the words is probably the pulse pattern that I'm looking for. So I just need to count the words. I need to listen to this once more, and we'll play it back, and I'm just going to track the pulses by word. Just give me one moment while I try that.
I've been careful to seal mich pots lavi sit number within this message. Time is short. There are no years.
Actually, no, there's a
Nivella
bit of the
Herman
pulse code that's in the
owned
background.
as the
You can hear
answer.
it very faintly. So I'm wrong.
Enter
It has
the
nothing to do with
novella's
the stress.
publication date. Seek the keys.
Whoops. Okay, so no, what it is, and it always autoplays the next track for some reason, which is very annoying. But there is the pulse code that is kind of buried in the middle of that message. I could only hear it very, very faintly, though, so I need to turn my local volume way up somehow. Waveform? No, I don't think it's a wave. Oh, you mean just pull up the waveform visually? Okay. So here's the thing, right? Like my computer that I'm streaming from is not exceptionally powerful when it comes to the amount of multitasking I could do outside of the stream. So unfortunately, like bringing up my audio tools is not really an option at the moment. But oh, the waveform though, I guess it is in the SoundCloud preview, kind of. But those are just the stress points in volume. No, you could definitely hear the pulse though. Let me just give that a reload and try that one more time.
I've been careful to seal mich pots lavi sit number within this message. Time is short. There are no years. Nivella Herman owned as the answer. Enter the novella's publication date. Seek the keys.
Okay. It may. I thought I actually did hear the pulse, but I may have to just change headsets for this. Hang on. Yeah, the issue is that my capacity to kind of multitask right now is a bit limited in terms of like how much I can run on top of OBS before everything just breaks. Actually, as you can see, audio has already kind of broken on the stream. Just my trying to run so many things at once. Let me fix the stream audio because now you can't hear the pulse code at all. And in the meantime, if anybody wants to assist with this step in particular, what I'm looking for is I'm looking for a pattern of 8 pulses that are separated by pauses. It may just be the emphasis in the words, though, as it was previously. Because ultimately, it's going to give me the pulses that unlock the picture clue, and as with the previous parts of the code, it's going to unlock the numbers that I need for the key entry for the final code. So let me just try to play that in browser one more time. Yeah, so for example, this is giving you an example of what the pulse sounds like when you enter the room. I'm pretty sure it is actually the stress on the words themselves, though, so I just need to punch into code, or punch in the audio once more, just to give this a listen.
I've been careful to seal mich pots lavi sit number within this message. Time is short. There are no years. Nivella Herman owned as the answer. Enter the novella's publication date. Seek the key.
Okay, actually, no, there definitely is the pulse somewhere in there. Let me see if I can just back up on the...
As the answer. Enter the novella's publication date. Seek the keys. Novella Herman owned as the answer. Enter the novella's publication.
Yeah, there's a little bit of noise in there. Hang on. I can hear it very, very faintly. It's a little bit difficult to pick out in the current audio mix, but that's because I am just going to... You can't see me doing this locally, but what's going on is I'm going to just change out my headset and see if I can change the audio balance here a little bit on my end locally. Like, you may be able to hear it on stream, I don't know. But off my speakers locally, I can't quite pick it up, so... Let me see if I can discern this. Like, I'd like to take a stab at it before you transcribe the beats, and then after that I'll probably ask you, for the sake of time, to just transcribe the beats. But let me just give that one try. You're not going to hear the audio replay here, because when it's piped through my headphones, it's not piped through the stream output. But I'm just going to... Yeah, you can definitely hear it very early. It's very faint in the background. Yeah, I think the issue with this clue is just audio balance. Like, I'm on headset and now I can hear it a little more clearly. Still trying to pick out 8 beats. It meant to remove the voice first, probably. Again, like, I could do that, but not while I'm simultaneously streaming, because like my computer is just not going to be able to handle it. So I think transcribing the beats for me is probably a good idea at this point, because, you know, we know where the clue is. I'm just basically listening to the message to try to discern the precise signal. But let me just try it once more locally. Okay, yeah, you should probably just give me the beats. Because I'm trying it a couple of different ways here, and I just can barely pick it out. Okay, thank you for that. I know that kind of trivializes what's going on, but I think we generally understand the shape of the clue, and that gives me what I need. So I actually need to change out some of my audio devices. One moment. Let me make sure game audio is still working as well. It is, okay. Yeah, I heard the sounds and realized that was a clue. I just could not really hear them. Oh, we need this room here. So, once again, let's take a look at the pulses. Better to pause this while the timer is running down, once again. Pulse is going to give me Cloud Bush. And then skip. And then it's going to give me Bush Mushroom. Skip. And then it's going to be Mushroom Cloud Bush Mushroom. So we actually recognize some of these sequences from earlier on. First digit is going to be 3. Second digit is going to be something new, I think. BM. Bush mushroom is going to be 1. Yeah, no, we have that. Mushroom and cloud, I think we had earlier. 9. 3191. Yeah. There are only going to be certain numbers that work anyway, I think, given the way that the seesaw layout for the key entry is implemented. Like, I can see that the solution space of all of the different codes we worked with falls into a few specific numbers that work. But I think this is adequately disguised by the dark layout here. So let's just give this, whoops, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's hope we can do this all in time. General Mario question. In Super Mario World, does Mario's spin jump send him higher when bouncing off an enemy? Yes. You can test this for yourself, but it is a pretty significant difference. Yeah, I mean, that's assuming that you hold down to jump when you get the bounce. What happened here? I was given access to something. But what? It wasn't. Oh, it's this door here. Okay. It's not the key door, so we're not at the absolute last part yet. Checkpoint, maybe? No, that's okay. Okay, we'll come back here and read the final part of this clue then. Yeah, we managed to do the VK search. We managed to do all that. Okay, so yeah, just going to unlock this, going to do the code entry to get us back to where we were just now, which is 3191. And yeah. And I'll just wait this out. It's going to bomb open the door that was to the right. And we'll get back there. So we have one final part in order to get to the key door. Okay, this is going to light things up a little bit. 3. Seems like a backwards S, actually, like a backwards E, S, B. Hang on. O, I, D, U, audio. Do I need to play the audio backwards? Is that what you're telling me to do? Because if I need to reverse the audio, like I said, it looks like it's asking me to reverse the audio. Here's the thing. Yeah, like I was saying, I'm not set up to do that right now because my streaming setup is pushing my computer to its max. I just can't run my audio tools, unfortunately. Okay, but the clue clearly is to reverse the audio, and it's going to give me one last thing. So, let's see if there's a way. Is there a simple way that I can reverse the audio within the browser interface, like within SoundCloud? Does it let me do that? Or is there some kind of other low processor method that I can do? Yeah, no, I know there are tools for that. Oh, you mean like browser-based tools? Yeah, maybe I can punch something into a browser-based tool. Let me see about that. As long as it's not something that's kind of locally going to be CPU intensive, because I think that's just going to melt things down. But let me just do some window management here. Play audio backwards. Let's see. And I guess I'll... Okay, no, there is an online audio reverser. I guess I'm just going to grab the thing off Google Drive then. There was an alternate link on Google Drive. I'll download that and hope it's not going to be some kind of massive vulnerability. It is just an MP3 format. And then I will try to do the playback in browser.
I've been careful to see.
Okay. Hang on. Make audio files play backwards. Let's just try to do this. I have to figure out where my mess of downloads actually is. I'm very disorganized. But I think we can grab it. And we'll reverse it.
See if he's didn't shake the lots of live on her snake. Her snake that no number 11 3 1 Roaring Ocean out Samson the Herman is evil stop him please with frightened.
So I heard a 3, 4, 5. Let's try this again.
Number 11 3 1 Roaring Ocean out
I feel like I'm missing a digit.
snake. Snake that no number 11 3 1 Roaring.
Was the first one 11? That's not right. Let me just play the whole clip again. And we'll see.
See if he's didn't shake the lots of live on her snake. Her snake that no number 11 3 1 Roaring Ocean out Samson the Herman is evil stop him please with frightened. Yeah.
So the thing I'm hearing is 11, 3, 4, 5, and it can't be right because you don't have anything that goes up to 11. I totally heard 11, 3, 4, 5. Let's play that one more time.
See if he's didn't shake the lots of live on her snake. Her snake that no number 11 3 1 Roaring Ocean.
Unless there's some kind of operator there that I'm missing, like some kind of operator on the number 11. What do you think? Any ideas? Okay, audio's still working. Good. Well, let me think about this because You're curious, do I hear the 4 right after the 3? Yes, I hear 11, 3, 4, 5. That's how I have parsed that. Once again, it might just be a difference in our audio setup. Maybe there is something else in between there. I mean, I can try to give that one more playback. Yeah, it sounded very much like a 4. I think maybe... Did you hear whether there was any room between the 3 and 4? Yeah. No, it's more like the audio setup I have for streaming here in terms of what's coming locally off my Switch and what's coming off my PC is maybe not ideal for parsing this kind of clue. But yeah, I mean, I can try to give that one more play, see if that does anything. Yeah, you might as well just give us a number. I mean, I know it's like we kind of got the principle of the clue, right? So. And then, you know, it's for the purposes of playtesting, like I can let you know whether that seemed like something I would have been able to get on my own if I was listening to it properly. Unless it is some kind of additional thing. 1131? Okay. That's not what I heard at all. Wow. Okay, let me do another playback just to kind of give that a shot. Okay, my window management is a complete disaster right now. Let me just...
See if he's didn't shake the ups all I've owned. Her snake that no number 11 3 1 Roaring Ocean out.
Oh, okay. So it's supposed to be 3-1. I was kind of hearing that as a 4. I can kind of see why that might be parsed as a 1. I guess maybe, once again, it might just be my audio setup here. Might just be that very open vowel, but... Okay, sure, let's punch that in. The 11 is kind of a nice touch to give me 2 digits, though, I guess. Oh, interesting that this is blocked by on-off? Wait a minute. How did I get in here with an off state? How did I even get in here with the on-off set to off? Because when I dropped in here, didn't the thwomp manipulate the state? Okay, maybe I snuck in here somehow. Yeah, you might want to go over the footage to see what actually happened there, because I feel like that somehow happened unintentionally, that I snuck in here without the thwomp reverting the state back to on. So let me just give this a tap. 1, 1, 1, 2, 3, and 1. And we'll punch that in. And that's going to give me the key, yeah. And it's going to give me something else. Analyze audio spectrum. Okay. I'd love to do that. But unless we have, once again, some kind of like browser-based visualizing tool or something. Okay, browser-based tool, yeah. Let's take a look at the spectrum. And let's see. Yeah, because I mean, I have tons of tools for this kind of stuff locally, but I just cannot launch them right now. So let's try to pull up a free spectrum analyzer somewhere. And find a file to upload. So I assume it's going to be the original file. Yeah, of course. And let me just give this a quick play. So here's what I'm looking at currently.
I've been careful to seal mich pots lavi number within this message. Time is short. There are no years. Nivella Herman owned as the answer. Enter the novella's publication date. Seek the keys. I've been
Okay,
careful
so
to
it's going to say while
seal mich pots lavi number
going
within
left,
this message.
duck,
Time
slide,
is short. There are
under,
no years.
the spring.
Nivella Herman owned.
This is a very neat
as
clue,
the
by the way.
answer.
As it
Enter the
rests
novella's publication date.
on the
Seek the keys.
seesaw. Yeah, that would have been impossible to show off without actually showing it off in a browser window. So let me just post the link in chat to the spectrum analyzer that I use for this clue. And yeah, I agree that ensuring that there are online tools for all of this is a very good idea. And it seems like you put a lot of thought into making sure that the clues were as accessible as possible. But that is going to be that clue. And did I notate this correctly? While going left, ducks slide under the spring as it rests on the seesaw. Interesting. Ducks slide under... Okay. Ducks slide under the spring as it rests on a seesaw. So I need to think now about which room I apply that to. Because it's not this. There's no seesaw here. It might be in the room that we went through with the key. Let me just go back. Yeah, very elaborate though. How does this set up? There was also the spring that was just at the very beginning of the level, but that doesn't seem to do anything for me. Ducks slide under spring as it rests on the seesaw. What spring? Because it can't be this guy. Because it's not resting on a seesaw. There is a spring in the opening room. But that's not resting on a seesaw either. Like this guy here. Ducks slide under the spring as it rests on the seesaw. As what rests on the seesaw then? Let's go back. Oh, while going left. While going left. But then, well, we have two springs that are situated to our left, and neither of them actually involve a seesaw. Still don't know what this thing is telling me either. We are going to time out on this attempt here. So... Wait, when we came in... You can see that the spring actually drops when you spawn into the level. So let's just go left. No. That's interesting then. Okay, let's just punch in some codes again and get back to... Oh, the symbol for this level is just a confirmation that the VK profile is the correct path. Okay. Yeah, luckily Tempest Funk, the audio thing is of course something you can fix without editing the level. Like, I think the level itself is fine. Except I need to think about this thing here. It's not sitting on a seesaw. So maybe that's not the one you're talking about. Let me unlock some of the passageways first. Just to get everything open. So this is the second code that I'm punching in. Because I think it gave me access to the red pipe. I'm just kind of opening things up. Oh, I guess I could have checked the bomb room again, too. Yeah, it seemed like you put quite a lot into this. This is probably the most elaborate escape room requiring outside resources that I've seen, but then I haven't really been playing within this genre very much. Like, I only recently started doing any kind of escape rooms at all. As a DI program specifically knows very well. So yeah, this gave me the... Which room did that give me? Oh no, it gave me... Wait. I thought I punched something incorrectly. What did that even open up just now? I think I just punched in something wrong. Yeah. Menu only popping in and out to avoid spoilers? Yeah. Yeah, it is definitely worth a try. Try this once again. I despawned that POW, but I don't need it. Oh, I see, okay. Yeah. Hang on here. And we'll just wait this out. And, oh, okay, because this already dropped. In that case... Yeah, hey, Lixo. Okay, no, I'm just trying to retrace my steps here so I can figure out, like, which trampoline we actually need. Because I'm looking at all the seesaws here, and I don't see anything that seems relevant. Just do this one again. Just to try to open up some pathways. Kind of regain access to the whole level. Hows are the one things that don't respawn on this lock. That's why they both have one-way gates to the start. Yes. Okay. Right. So this just gave me the reverse audio room, right? If I have my memory correct here. On-off switches. Yeah, this is the reverse audio clue. Scan this carefully to make sure I'm not missing some other location. And just trying to think about what else I could be missing. I think I've tracked all of the clues I've punched in so far. At 3891, I had 3835. 3191 for the third code. Right, because I despawned that POW. So, hang on, I just kind of... Oh, okay, no, now I see why I managed to get back there with the on-off switch in the state that it was in. So wait, let's say... Let me just, for testing purposes, try this one more time, because I'm obviously not doing the code entry in sequence right now. I'm kind of skipping right over to code 2. Let me just make sure the POW actually spawns properly. And yeah. So currently the clue that we're on is while going left, ducks slide under the spring as it rests on a seesaw. I'm just going to type that out in chat because this was the clue from the audio analysis from the Spectrum. And then I'm going to come in here. I'm just going to make sure we unlock the various gates and also just search these rooms. Just to get a sense of what we could possibly be doing. So, I mean, this obviously looks awfully suspicious. But it's not related to any kind of seesaw, and going left at the start doesn't do anything. I don't really know why this guy is here, to be honest. It is a spring. Ducks slide under the spring as it rests on the seesaw. I don't see a spring that rests on a seesaw. It might be on a code room. It might be in the clue room. Let me just check one more time. But I think the clue room was just a clue room. Nope. And yeah, one came in. This is the usual weekend slot for when we do backlog. This wasn't exactly backlog, but it was a long escape room puzzle. And so I thought it would be a pretty good fit. It's probably much better to do it on a stream like this than during a normal viewer queue when people are actively waiting. So duck under a spring as it rests on the seesaw. Where do we see a spring ever rest on a seesaw? Like, it might be something code related. Right? While going left. So we went through the yellow pipe earlier. That was one of the other code entries, I believe. Am I missing a code entry? Like, I'm trying to look at my notes here, and I put in 3891 initially for the blue pipe and the first POW. 3835 for this. Did I accidentally wipe my code for unlocking this thing to the left here? So I feel like I might have wiped that from my notes somehow. How am I down to 3 codes? I thought I punched in 4 different codes at this point. What was the code that I was looking at earlier on this guy? It was... Oh yes, no. That was the HG Wells clue. Yeah, no. 18. That's why I didn't write it down, because I just did it from memory. Yeah. $18.95. Okay, let me just check that room one more time. And let me actually jot down that I had that code. Oh, I was missing something. Yeah, it is a lot of information to retrace, and this level does have a way of keeping on going, even though it's fairly clear that, you know, you are going to have multiple segments, like 3 doors to pipe as well as the key door. The clues kept on... Oh, wait a minute, there was a seesaw at the end just now. And, yeah, this guy here. It's this guy here. I need to change the on-off state, which I can do, because it is through one of the previous rooms. The on-off state drops the trampoline. I then follow the instruction that was given to me earlier, which is while going left, a duck slide under the spring as it rests on a seesaw. Duck slide like here. And yeah, so that's going to be some kind of meaningful interaction. Let's change the on-off state. The way that we do that is, oh, you know what? We have two ways of doing that. No, we don't, because on-off changes as soon as you go back into the main room. So the way we do that is to go through the key door, or no, maybe it was going through the bomb door. Let me just check that. One, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1. It was one of these that was giving me access to the point that I needed. Oh, right, because the audio clue as well was 1131. But I believe this was what actually allowed me to toggle on off. Yeah, one came in. The reason I don't use at everyone is because people are... Like, I want to leave people the option of opting into notifications in case they don't want to be spammed. I don't want people who feel like they're getting spammed just turning off notifications to the whole channel. Which is why I have it set up that if you just put a reaction on the welcome page in a Discord, you are on the notification list. Now we go through here. I thought that would be a better system simply because, you know, a lot of people really don't like being spammed. Duck slide. Okay, duck slide under. Nice. Nice. Very interesting. Okay, what are we doing in the audio now? Oh no, we're just going down through this pipe. Wait, what is this telling me? I can't read that. Herman lives. Okay, so this is back to that grandfather clue, or right, the picture clue. Oh no, it's not, it's just a gate. Okay, sure, we'll do that too. Yeah, no worries, one came in. Okay, so that's the first clear. On this version, anyway. So yeah, very nice. That was complicated. It took some time. It would probably have gone faster if I was properly set up in terms of streaming and in terms of, you know, showing off some of the browser content, audio content, etc. Set up to actually display that properly. But now we're prepared, and so if you have some other older escape rooms that have the same concept, next time we'll actually be ready. But yeah. Number 3, number 2, and number 1. Pen and paper recommended, outside sources, etc. Seems to be quite widely played, though, some of these. This one is only marked hard and not difficult. I don't know if you perceive a difference or if that was just getting in under the character limit. You're going to go back and tweak the audio. Do I have any other feedback? That's a good question. I think the audio clue was the only one that was kind of stuck on. Not just because of the backwards thing, but because just with my local audio setup, it was very difficult to set up the pulses. I don't know if you want to have some kind of alternative accessibility option, which of course can all be manipulated outside the level, like on the VK page and all that. Or if you think that would just excessively trivialize what's going on. So, I don't know if you would want some kind of alternate route, or if that can just be fixed by mixing up the audio. I know that you want to make the pulses faint enough in the audio that you don't want people to just immediately skip to the pulses as the clue, instead of thinking about the H.G. Wells code and doing that first before they do the pulse code. So I think that's different. That's a kind of a difficult thing to puzzle out for you, in that you want it to be subtle, but if it's too subtle, it's just not really audible, right? So yeah, I'll just kind of leave that to your own judgment, and you can see how that goes. Thank you very much for that, by the way. A menu. I know a menu was lurking. A menu men in mana. If you are still kind of lurking, we were going to go back to the troll level. That was unfinished business from earlier in the week. And yeah, we'll just pull that one up as well. Yeah, and it is the same version had previously, right? So no revisions since then. I still have the code, so let me just jot that down. So in the audio, there's a hidden backwards message saying, "Herman's evil, stop him, please." Oh, I see, okay. Yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of stuff that's obviously in there for flavor. I didn't really take a good look at the VK page to see what else you're rifling through as you're going through the photographs, but obviously there was that big Herman Lives clue at the end, and also a bunch of text in the dark that I was not able to read. I don't know if the text in the final drop actually tells me anything interesting, but I would have to comb over some of the video footage for that. I know that's probably not meant to be readable anyway. So we're going to go straight from an escape room into a troll level. You'll keep it in, but downplay it so it's not there at the expense of other clues. Yeah, that's something that, with an audio clue, I recommend just trying to go over it with different audio setups, like sort of, you know, on speaker, on earbuds, on headset, etc., because each of them is going to have quite a different bass and treble balance, and that's often going to affect whether the clue is going to be audible, because it might be something that's very clear to you given what you're doing with your own audio mixing, but then if you are playing something like on an onboard speaker, for instance, where you don't have a lot of bass, that could affect things in ways that you might not pick up during testing. So I recommend looking at that. Like, try playing it on various speakers, various devices, see if it's something that can be done at low volume. But I think bass treble balance was actually a big part of the issue when trying to parse that on my end. Anyway, let's get back to the Unthinking Cap. I'm not going to retrace the existing clues in this level so much. For those of you who want to see the early progression through it, I might just blunder it into it by mistake, but we played a pretty substantial portion of this on the Thursday stream. So let's just get back to where we were, if I can remember. Since there are some pretty elaborate quasi-dead ends that are mostly there to give you informational clues. Okay, let's just get in here. Let's not hit the Goomba hat. Pick up the crate at the last minute so we are not blocked from the pipe. I don't remember what this was. Oh yeah, okay. Yep, that's fine. That's why I don't remember the early stuff. Checkpoint was fairly simple. Okay, it's going to be on switch coming through here. This is just a positional check to go back and get the boomerang. We grab the bullet. We peel off the bullet. Whoops. No, I didn't want to hit that. That was a mistake. And yeah, thanks for the playtest, Tempest. Tempest, I don't know if you're in the channel Discord already, but we have a number of people who are puzzle and escape room people there in case you ever need to drop a playtesting code when I'm not around or when people on video are not available. And yeah, I'm pretty sure you know some of the puzzle people there probably from some other streams of a similar nature. But thanks for sending that anyway. Okay, let's try to load us up. And now we roll. And yeah. And then we do the whole thing in sequence here that was previously done using the cannon box. Including... So we need to get through the other side. Okay, so take this, fire, peel off the cannon box, yeah. No? Oh, right, because your height is manipulated. Okay. Yeah, no, this is different. This is different. Yeah, because I needed to raise the POW, and then I just come up here and take the damage boost. Okay, no, I did it that a silly way. Yeah, Tempest, I agree with that. That you do, of course, want to see how people are thinking through the problem in order. Just so there's no issues with clarity, and just so you can discern from their timing on certain obstacles what the major sticking points are. I think the nature of the clues there flowed pretty well. I thought the mapping between the audio and the picture clue was very clear right from the start. Obviously, you would need to send it to somebody who has game audio on and can listen to the beeping. And not somebody who's just playing with background music. Okay, we'll just get on here. Damage boost through. Everything fine here so far. And... yeah. So we need to get off before this hits. There we go. That was a great moment. And then we crouch instead of doing anything too interesting. Hit the P switch. Drop in through here. Now this, I don't know. I think this is pretty much the extent of where we were on a previous attempt. So why don't I just damage boost through? Okay, that gave me a checkpoint. I could have had a mushroom here, I think, timing-wise. Hitting the POW will release the thwomp. And, okay, no. Don't want to stand to the left. I actually do want to stand directly on that, then. Okay. That is meant to trick me out. Let's take the death. This is pretty much where we stopped last time, so this is going to be new. You had an issue earlier today where they played with a small audio delay. Oh, I see. Yeah, I think the 3-block margin on where the music blocks are crossing over is probably fine from what I was seeing, but with an audio delay I can see why that's an issue. Yeah, because different streamers will have different setups when it comes to this stuff. Okay, stand on the left side. Yes, that's right. Didn't think about how that was going to go. Okay, here we go. Now, I need to be pretty careful with this guy. Twister will push me up into this, okay. I kind of hit that on-off switch by instinct. I don't know if I was supposed to do that, but we have... Oh, I see. I guess this key warp block is just a death zone that would be marked. We know where another key warp block is in this level. It's not in this zone. It's in the other world where you can fall into the lava. You have a POW hit, and you have a skip squeak pointing at a key. Let's see what this is all about. Skip Squeak. Thwomp. I want to not obtain a key. I'm pretty sure. But I also want to kill the Thwomp. I want to kill the Thwomp, but not kill the Skip Squeak. Yeah, because hitting the warp block with a key would just send me back here, and that would be a death. So I think I just need to try it to see which unexpected interactions there are. Putting a Skip Squeak in there is actually fine. I just need to get out of the way. That's fine. Not concerned about that interaction. Press F to pay respects. That's a nice little F there. Very stylish. Yeah, that was actually kind of a neat little moment. How did I avoid that previously? Did I just duck? Oh, okay, no. The thing that's going on there... Yeah, I don't know how I avoided that the first time. I wasn't even thinking about avoiding it, and I was curious about why that didn't seem to have any unexpected consequences. Stand on the right? Yeah. Okay, no. Just gonna tap this, come over here. Let the exclamation block calm down. The idea, anyway, is that I am trying to avoid the key. Assuming that those warp blocks are actually paired, which might not be the case, because this is, after all, a troll level. Okay. Okay. So far, so good. Yeah, there are some really interesting trolls in this one. The best one is the boomerang strike. Like the boomerang, that is actually the correct solution that kills you. That's... I mean, you didn't see me die to that because I have seen that before, but... Okay. That's kind of an interesting deflection, actually. I wonder if... I'm supposed to have kept one additional POW hit at that point. I can't see how it's possible. Like if I somehow avoided that? No. I do need a POW hit for that. Okay. Let's see what we can do here. Not actually clear. Oh, no, I can just sneak over to the left side when it comes down. I just hit the thing, and I should have room to get over onto the left. Okay. And we'll see this. Yeah. Okay, so far so good. On this side. And through the pipe, and let's see where that takes us. Right side. Left side. Okay, P will possibly do something with that crate, actually. Like, you see that crate that's on the left side? That looks like it's something that could spring up and kill you. Or just block you. Everything to the right looks suspicious, too, though. Oh, that's a neat little skip squeak interaction. That's kind of cute. Okay. All the way to the side. what have we got here? Yeah, same thing as before. Dodge and dodge. These can be very memory dependent sometimes in ways that can trick me out. You know, where I just run into something repeatedly that I've already solved just from poor memory. This looks like it's totally going to kill me if I hit it from the bottom. Yeah. I suspected that accurately. Okay, that's kind of interesting, assuming I have time to deal with it. This crate looks like it's going to do something. But maybe it's actually just a one-way block, such that if I tried to go back... Okay. I feel like the red pipe is where I'm actually supposed to go, and that this is going to be a problem. Maybe not. See a flag here. Do I see items? Oh, okay, you know what? It might be something that is... Well, it's telling me it's a cat gate. Because a cat would obviously be able to spot this. Okay, nothing shocking me coming out of here. CP1, and then it's telling me a whole bunch of stuff about bullet hats. It's also giving me a key. I'm beginning to think that if I grabbed the key that was available at Skipsqueak earlier and took it back to the other place where I knew there was a work block, that would drop me down here and then giving me a big Goomba illustration. CP1 and Goomba. Okay. Well, we're back to CP1 with a Goomba. That's going to trap me on the other side of the icicles. I don't know if this is going to do anything else, but obviously there's no drop up here. Okay. What does that manipulate, though? Went back to CB1 with the Goomba hat, and everything just plummets. Okay. Okay, that's kind of interesting. That's a change. And that's going to give me the Goomba hat. Well, this will peel off. See if anything spawns from the pipe. Guess not. Boomerang check over here. Yeah, we've been here before, except we haven't been here with Boom Boom on top of that P. Curious. I mean, I can try to wrap around just to see if anything has changed, given that we've smashed some blocks. But yeah, you see the cat bell there because we have a change in the on-off state. Okay. Oh, you know what? I should have just gone up here. Yeah, instead of going for the cat directly. Okay, no. I went impulsively there when I could have just gone for the flag, yeah. Yeah. Okay, we know the sequence now. Yeah, really interesting trick with the pipe not killing you, but also the level kind of coaxing you to do that. Going back into the clear pipe that normally puts you in the infinite loop. If you folks don't know which spot I'm talking about, I'll point that out when I'm back there on this part of the circuit. Okay. That's a weird deflection pattern. Okay, this is going to be a stop. And where's that crate? Where is that crate? Okay, no, it's there. How is my timing so far off? Wait, roll. Okay, no, that's actually what I did. And yeah. Because you needed to manipulate the timing. Yeah, that's why I got it wrong that time. Because the last time when I did this successfully, I rolled for the first hit before I did the pound, and so it was able to retract before the P-switch expired. I kind of did that without really thinking about the expiry timing. But yeah, single hits are the way to go, and I just kind of accidentally got it the first time. Okay, let's drop that. What happened there? Oh, it's, he has to face this way? Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's right. No, that's how that collision actually works. I hadn't really thought about that interaction mechanically before. That's a very interesting touch. I don't think I've really even seen that used in the 3D World standard puzzle. But then I think that's because people don't make nearly enough 3D World standard puzzles, as Menu probably knows from being somebody who specializes in that form, having made a couple of different 3D World puzzles based on those edge case interactions in the past. But yeah, the idea of the trampoline doing the piranha bump when it pounces like that, that's new to me. It makes sense, but it is new material. So, whoops. Okay. Okay, no, I need to roll a bit first, and then I spring this whole thing. Ah, there we go. Skip Squeak's going to do that job for us. Yeah, the Skip Squeak just needed to get into position to do the jump. That's all I needed. Nothing else to it. Okay. This was in fact correct. This is going to give me a mushroom for this, which was surprisingly safe. Drop in here. Seems like whatever you were trying to do with the other set of key warp blocks was just a diversion. And I never did see what was going on with it, and I never did see whichever clue was telling me about wanting to go back to this thing up here, although it's not really a clue, it's just the only zone that looks like where you can take it down. And instead, it does this. That hadn't happened before. Whoops. Okay. Yeah, I guess I got pushed by the twister. I just hadn't seen that previously. And all that's broken, okay. Yeah, I just kind of want to see this interaction, I guess. Yeah, this does bring you back to the other warp block. I've seen that before. And it just brings you back here. And, joke's on you, CP2. Okay. Okay. And then we'll do this again. Yeah, because this is... Yeah, the whole thing is actually just one big twice, as they say. Because... Yeah, and if I had been keeping track of whether I was in the main world or subworld, I would have known that. Secret ending. Okay. Not exactly sure what you were getting at there, but like it looked like it was actually just set up to be one big twice, where it's just throwing you off. Like I came back here because I came back to, you know, what was technically CP2. That's the thing about these levels, is that sometimes you really do have to check, especially with multiple checkpoints in the mix. You have to mentally track which pipes you've been going through, so you know at any given point if you are in the main world or sub-world. In this case, it actually should be clear because of the presence of lava in the other one, but... Yeah, I did something wrong. Okay. If I do the full loop again, I get the secret ending. Yeah. Oh, okay, I see, because I mean, we can look at that. We just, And yeah, me name be Pablo. Hello to you too. Hope you're doing well. Oh, wait. Let me just make sure this despawns in time. Come on. Just squeak, jump. There we go. Oh, I see, because of the way that spawns are blocked by some of the bricks that get taken apart, right? Like that's what's going on here. Some of the hard blocks, rather. Okay, CP1. Let's not get trapped this time. I had the whole thing mapped out, and I just keep running into trolls that I mysteriously and unintentionally dodged. Not knowing that that's what I was doing. Okay. Going to a part. Going to go straight through. And then... Yeah, going to take 2 points of damage. Be necessary here. And then we do this loop. Like that. Right, because it's going to be dependent on the on-off state. That's the thing that's changing. Yeah, because you can see the blue block here being the thing that's changed. Hence why the change in the on-off state that reveals the cat bell also gives you access to the flag. Okay, not exactly the 2-minute record on this, but we did manage to finish it. After a couple of different sessions, so thank you for that. A menu. Okay, so we've had a pretty productive session so far. Seeing a low quantity of levels, but definitely living up to the promise of playing some of the ones that have been on the longer side. So what I am going to do at this point is I'm going to pull something up that I've heard about for a couple of weeks now since it came up. And haven't gotten to take a look at until now. So yeah, thanks for that, the menu once again. This is another level that has a reputedly very long clear time. So this is Plumber of Persia. It's currently got 10 clears on it. It has a world record of about just under 7 minutes. And indeed a clear check time that is also around 7 minutes. And I was told by Minnie Borf, or Barf, who has been a pretty regular presence on this stream in terms of their levels, that when the description says you have 2 hours to defeat Jafar and rescue the princess, that it's not kidding, that the expected progression through this is about 2 hours before you know the level well enough to do everything straight through under the time limit. That's my impression anyway, that it is something that is built around a long progression. And that's fine, because I love those kinds of levels, and I wish I could see them more often. But it's only really on the Unbounded weekend stream that we have much of an opportunity to look at it. So let's see how long the progression actually takes. If it's really serious about going to full 2 hours, or if we can do better than that. A hitbox glitch you discovered. Do you want to just tell me about it before I start this one? Or is it something that you need to show me in like a quick Uno Mas level or something of the sort? Because I don't mind taking a look, but do catch me now before I dive headfirst into this next thing right here. Either that, or you can share it on the Discord. If you have a link, ask me to permit you first, just in case. Yeah, we can do that. I'll be going back to this one in just a sec, but is it just on your profile, or what is it? I think I have you on follow, so... Unless it's easier to just give me a code, so I don't have to dig around too much. Like, is it something you've already uploaded? Okay, it'll take you a second to upload. In that case, I'm going to just start this one. I'll just tap out of it quickly. If... Oh, you finished already. Okay, that's fine. Let's do it that way instead. I thought I had you on follow, but maybe I am wrong. Or maybe Nintendo's servers are just slow. Oh, you mean you clear checked it? Okay, I see. Hitbox fun. Run. Sure, let's take a very quick look. Discovered it while making the last level. Yeah, it seemed like you might have discovered quite a few things. Okay, so I'm going to get squished by the boomerang there. Oh, okay, so it's basically telling me I can just hang on. Right, because I want to get this in position underneath there, but currently I can't, right? Like, let's just start this over, because I see what's going on with the boomerang. Pick up the boomerang like that. Right. Don't get the boomerang, and you just told me in the instruction to just run. So... So there's some kind of trick to the hitbox here where I don't get the boomerang, right? Like, do I need to roll, or... Oh, I do need to roll. Interesting. From further away, but roll seems to work, though. I don't know if the roll always works, but... The roll seemed to be the solution there. That might be... I don't know how reliable that is. If it is something that can be implemented reliably, and I think it would need some testing just to see what it is vulnerable to and what it isn't, that could be A, a potential puzzle element, or B, something that you can use to dodge certain power-up checks. I think I actually encountered something quite similar when I was putting together the Goomba level that I did, which is why I discovered that if you want to force a power-up with a warp block transition, for some reason I remember discovering that I need to put power-up on the exit block rather than the entry block because of hitbox issues. Like, there were some issues that I ran into with putting power-ups on top of the entry warp block that were issues that were very similar to the seeming inconsistency that you have here. So yeah, I guess that's just a general rule of thumb when it comes to quality checking this stuff, is that if you need a power-up through a warp block transition, I believe putting it through the exit should always work and is much safer. One of those tiny little hacky things in this game. Okay, once more, let's punch in this code and let's take a look at this massive, supposedly massive, Prince of Persia tribute and see what this 0.7 clear rate is all about. Okay, so it's partly based on running distance as well, if you don't want to do it by rolling. I see. So you're going to have a big help here. You're going to have Wendy being clawed away. I guess Wendy is supposed to be the princess here? Unless Wendy is the foe, the kidnapper. This is a really lovely design. Okay, looks like we're going to have one up in this spot, Boom Boom in the top left. Boom Boom down here. We can tap him a few times to see if he is holding a key. It is one of those levels where time may be of the essence. Okay, not holding anything. A bit of a thwomp check somewhere here. Nowhere to go but through the pipe. Okay, thwomp with blaster. That's an interesting trap. Okay. Yeah, eventually we'll need to learn how to speed through this pretty efficiently, just given the clear times and clear check times that I'm seeing. Looks like I need to drop this and run around and come up top. Now, I could go left or I could go right. Let's go left. Let's see what's going on. Oh, okay. Interesting. Okay, it's a rhythm-based thing. I see. I was expecting it to cycle 1 through 4 from the left once again. That was not what was going to happen. Is 2 hours a reference to the original Prince of Persia where the in-game timer is 2 hours? I'm told it kind of is. I did hear from Mini Barf or Borf that was the intention. But the progression through this level supposedly actually is really long. I don't know if it's 2 hours long, but it is supposedly designed to be something that takes some attempts to map through. Just map out and flow through properly. Oops. But we'll see. I have no idea how long it's going to take. Okay. Yeah, no, I knew that was going to happen. Shouldn't have rushed it. I also don't know if that on-off toggle is at all required for the other yellow pipe that we saw, but it will at least give us progression through here. If we wanted to make our way back down to this side, which... from the thwomp position, yeah, we can do that, if needed. We need to be much more efficient. Yeah, this pipe up here, of course, I haven't checked yet, but we'll do the on-off toggle first, since I know it, and because it'll change something on the way back out here. Okay. Okay. It's gonna wrap around. Let's go back and let's see what I can do up here. You uploaded the Resident Evil Outbreak level. Okay, yeah. Yeah, one came in. Feel free to drop it when I'm doing viewer levels. You can also dump it in the Discord codes if you want some people to just give it some early plays. Looks like this is going to be a Cursed Key challenge. I don't know what key door we're aiming for yet, so this seems frightfully dangerous because we'll be keeping key for a while, and regardless, I should have paid attention to the conveyor belt. We'll need a P-switch active, I think, for that bit to actually work out. Here's a key door, but it does require an on state. I'm going to check that room again just to make sure there isn't any on-off manipulation going on there. But we'll have to find that out. Okay. And as we redo it, we'll hopefully learn how to flow through it a little more efficiently. Yeah, that just requires one activation on the right side in order to get the thwomp under the one-way panel. So yeah, looks like it might be... I think it definitely requires a P-switch in order to stop the conveyors and dash through. Don't know where that would come, though. I'm just checking to make sure there's nothing coming out through the pipe. I think it's got to be a P-switch. I can't see. Except if it is a P-switch, the coins on the right side obstruct the key, so maybe it isn't. It could be something based on a shell. So for example, let's say I come back here riding a bone shell. If I'm riding a bone shell, I can hop out and I can kick it. And that would work. So we'll keep that in mind for if I encounter a bone shell. Because currently that's the only solution to that I can think of that would work consistently. Oh, whoops. Just slipping here. Yeah, Safety of Men, from what one K-Man was telling me, it is a level that's kind of like a quasi-remake or tribute to Resident Evil Outbreak, which is not really a game I know. But if you do know it, maybe you can catch that reference. Okay, so let's do this again. Obviously, there are a lot of accuracy things to clean up here. But that's pretty true to how the traps are set up in Prince of Persia. At least from what I remember. I haven't actually played it in a very long time. I think I last looked at the original Prince of Persia sometime in the 90s. And that it's a game that I think came out in 1989, making it one of the later things in the Apple II library, back when the Apple II was still receiving some active development, and of course also widely ported to consoles. It was all over the place. I can't even remember what system I played it on originally. Probably NES, but I wouldn't take my word for that. Okay, so I activated that, and now I come back down, I re-enter our original location. Gotta slip this down first. And upon re-entering our original location, we now have the ability to progress. I'm just going to check the lower level since we are kind of in the exploration phase. Okay, yeah, that is blocked as before. You know that. that's going to be interesting in that I guess if you had a P-switch unlock this, or if you had the opportunity to break this and have it stay broken, if it doesn't, it obviously doesn't contain a vine or anything. Break this with a mushroom, and then you could revert the on-off switch and yet retain access to the next section. Looks like you need a Shelmet to get through this, so I guess we're going to backtrack. Shelmet and POW. Either that, or you need to come up here, as I said before, with the on-off state toggled back to on. So let's go back to the early part of the level. Let's flow through it and find a route. That gives you a 1-up, also gives you access to Big Boom Boom. Also, Little Boom Boom would give me access to the donut blocks if I wanted to use him. Let me respawn him. Yeah, because now we have access to fighting Big Boom Boom, and we had access to the upper area to begin with. I just wasn't taking advantage of that. Quite possibly we'll get some kind of key. Or we can lead Big Boom Boom over, and by leading him over, we can get up to the next level. That's much likelier, in fact. We can check him for a key later if feel like it. Or he can just jump around and we can bop him this way. You know what, let's just... no, that's a bad idea because I now lost my access to the upper segment. Let's do this again. And we'll see how that goes. I just need him to come back over here. Come on. Whoa, 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 whoa. Come on. There we go. I'll have to be much more time efficient on later runs when I actually map out the full progression through this level. Skewers are just going to get trapped up there, okay. But you need to let them retract first, and once the P is hit, that's not going to be the case. Looks like something in the blue block is probably spawn blocking something that drops onto the P. What I suspect. So if we have a toggled on-off, go back to that segment, that's going to cause some changes. Also, all the blasters are entity blocked. Don't know if it's through power-ups or Yoshi or just items. There is some entity limit trickery going on. We'll hit this. That's going to give us a squeeze. I knew that was going to happen. I don't know why I decided to camp out there. But in the meantime, every time I flow through it, I'm going to try to improve my route time just a little better. And we'll see what we can do with that. Okay. And we'll get through here. Whoops. Just a slip. Just another needless slip. But yeah, it is one of those levels that is about developing speed and consistency through repetition. And over a very long scale, so definitely kind of an 8-bit era mentality, and one that I think is kind of underrated these days. I know that's kind of an unpopular opinion about things like checkpoint pacing when it comes to modern audiences, but I do appreciate stuff like this. It's very much something like this that I was going for, actually, with the very first thing I made in Maker 2. Also going for, you know, the kind of mega level that you need to just play very cleanly, but which is gentle enough that it doesn't take too many attempts to learn. We'll just go directly back down, no need to go up now with what we know. Okay, up we go. Boom, boom, over. And 1K Man, you're telling me that you're fixing up 2 of your previously uploaded levels. Okay. I see. Yeah, I mean, you know, definitely catch me onto viewer streams if you need any intermediary versions to be tested. Although I know you've been eager to show me the Resident Evil one. I think you were already telling me about that last week. Whoops. Okay, gotta be much more time efficient here. And we'll just jump over to trap. Okay, that's interesting. Dry Bones is going to block that. Yeah, we need to go down to right side. That was something that I kind of needed to know from paying attention, and which I now sort of know from memory. I think having not paid attention to what the consequences of flipping the on-off were going to be, I didn't necessarily have the information to guess correctly the first time. But, I mean, it was very clear that that room was going to end with hitting an on-off switch and dealing with the consequences, so probably should have mapped that out ahead of time. But trial and error works too, I guess, when we just have the 2 possibilities to deal with. Okay. Over here. Okay. Back up we go. And yeah, just need to get through the boom boom obstacles once again. And through the skewer section to the next switch activation. Okay. Yeah, just need to let these guys retract. Won't have that benefit once the P is activated. Looks like when we come out, something is going to drop in the P, and we just need to run for it. Like when we pop back out after this segment here, the thing we need to do is just go, go, go. So there is some of that going on in this level, where, as with this segment as well, you really do need to, as you're traversing it, think about how it's going to look later on when you've manipulated something else, like an on-off switch or a P-switch. You need to think ahead a bit when it comes to what future sections will look like. So here we'll have to run, run, run. Run, run, run. Oh, no, actually. But if you hit the P-switch... Ah, I see. Okay. No, I get it. I have to actively hit the P-switch. And then doing so drops the trampolines and gives me access to the top right. Okay. I didn't think it would go right away, but I guess the skewers are on a player-independent timing, so... I should have known that, and planned around that accurately. Whoops. Hopefully not going to lose too much time to attempts like that. Okay. And yeah. Just going to go through this trap sequence once again. Notice the silence in that room such that the sound effect could trigger very clearly and audibly. Okay. And we'll just lead Boom Boom back here. And once again. Yeah, it looks like there are some timing fluctuations. Obviously, this was from how they were spawning in. When we spawn in from the pipe, all of the timings should be normalized based on their initial position here. Yeah, one came in. That's... I mean, I understood what you were saying. And who you were talking about. So, whoops, okay, I was trying to get a dash on that belt there. And I just missed. But yeah, one came in. Safety has been marking out tons of the levels I play on this stream as things to look into, and I guess that includes some codes that are posted here as well, just out of curiosity. Happened here. Okay. Here we go. And what do we got? Okay. All of this we've seen familiarly enough. Need to fix up some of the execution mistakes. Whoops. Okay, there we are. And we'll see how tight we are on time by the end of all this. I mean, you know, 7 minutes is still pretty generous in terms of leaving a minute over if you do have a route mapped out. So I don't think we need to be absolutely speedy. I think routing should take care of most of the problems with the clock, given that there isn't that much flexibility to go much faster in many of these segments. Okay, so when I hit the P-switch, I do need to get over here in time to drop the trampoline that is on the right, so I can't dawdle too long. Okay. Oh. Thought it was going to retract faster than that. Yeah, well, safety, good to have a scouting report in advance that I can expect good things. If one K-Man has shown me some good stuff before, so not necessarily surprising. But it's always nice to have that vote of confidence. Okay. Reference the only RE that you're familiar with? What are you buying? That's the only thing I remember from. Resident Evil is just a merchant with his big floppy coat. Yeah, I don't really know the series well at all. I mean, I watched some people stream RE2 Remake last year, but other than that, not so much. It is, I think, other than maybe Monster Hunter, it is actually the biggest Capcom series, which surprises me because I've always associated the Capcom brand with so much other stuff. But, well, I mean, you know, Street Fighter at its peak was absolutely huge, but it's not the early 90s and the heyday of Street Fighter 2 anymore, and even so, a lot of that was through, you know, the arcade cabinets. Even though various editions were so widely ported. Ah, remake for GameCube, okay. Okay, they're synchronized, but yeah, here's the issue, was that I didn't manage to drop that guy on the right side, so I need to respawn that P-switch and try again. But yeah, Resident Evil is actually quite big. I think it was after RE4 that things really began to take off for it commercially. Come on, retract. Do a retraction. Yeah. I need to find a better timing cycle such that I can get to the right much sooner. Yeah, no, I just find it strange because, you know, when I think of Capcom, right, like, the first things I always think of are... Well, I mean, not commercially speaking, but the first thing that I think of tends to be the Team Beautiful and Clover games. So Beautiful Joe 1 and 2 and Okami. And, you know, the Capcom 5 back in the day, like, all that output, which I think was really a crown jewel in terms of quality. And then Mega Man, Street Fighter, etc. I guess I'm not really of the generation where the biggest Capcom brands were. Things like DMC and Resident Evil. Might just be a generational thing. Although, of course, I was playing Beautiful Joe during the GameCube generation, the same time that Resident Evil was breaking out or having an outbreak. And when, of course, Devil May Cry was already around. I'm definitely out of touch with Monster Hunter when it comes to Capcom. Because that seemed like it just came out of nowhere in the late 2000s. But yeah, it's really interesting sometimes to see how brand perception can differ from the reality of things. So, you know, like, if you look at Prince of Persia, for instance, since this is topical to the level, like, Prince of Persia seemed like a pretty big presence back in its own day, and of course, Ubisoft just kind of bought into it by the time the 3D games like Sands of Time were coming out. you know, that whole 3D trilogy that was made in that generation. But of course, at that time, Prince of Persia already seemed like a brand that had been around for ages and ages. Yeah, trying to sneak into a better position here. One of the Resident Evil 4 betas turned into DMC. Okay, I don't think I knew that. That doesn't surprise me. But yeah, there is... I don't think I've really talked on stream about this so much, but there is probably no series I miss more than Beautiful Joe in terms of... You're asking me which kind of revival or sequel I would be most excited about that has just topped the list forever and ever. But yeah, I always found it to be an absolutely exquisite game. You just picked up Transistor. Yeah, I saw that it was on a massive sale. I like Transistor a lot. I was not too keen on Bastion, but Transistor was much more my style in that you would have that element of turn-based strategizing that's built into the combat system. Like, you would have a planning phase, right? And I like having a planning phase. And it's not like it sags to pacing much. And the builds are quite inventive. There's a lot you can do with build diversity in that game. Also a really huge New Game Plus experience that I never got into that deeply, but it's definitely there, where, you know, the game really kind of takes off after you've beaten it, and go through it again with tons of mechanical variety unlocked out of the gate. But yeah, Transistor is, when it comes to artwork and music, you know, that kind of deliberate late 19th century Belle Epoque style that they're going for. It's really something quite unique. Okay. I'm not finding a good timing there. I feel like I need to find a safe spot in the first cycle, get down to the lower level, stand, let the skewers retract once, and then run for it. I really need to sort out that pattern. But yeah, Transistor does have an amazing soundtrack. Don't know if I'll look into Hades when it comes out. I've heard very good things. But it is, of course, much more real-time hack-and-slash oriented, in the same way that something like Bastion would be, at least by the looks of it. So, introduced to it through the no-clip documentaries on YouTube. It's kind of funny because, so Greg Kasavin, who is the lead writer at Supergiant and one of the creative leads at Supergiant, and for whom things like Bastion and Transistor, and specifically things like the kind of roaming narration in Bastion and the kind of house style of writing that they built for themselves, like, that's very much his baby. Folks who are kind of around game news in 2000s will, of course, associate Greg Kasavin with being the lead reviewer at GameSpot. And I remember this one thing that nobody seems to bring up anymore, which is that at one point GameSpot ran this, like, pitch a game design document contest. And Greg Kasavin, anonymously and without telling any of the staff, I think, actually just applied it to his own contest and won. Which seems kind of dubious now that you look back at it. But I'm going to let this stop first and then dash. But anyway, you know, clearly getting into game design himself was very much his passion project, and that the thing he had in mind ultimately was the Supergiant style. Okay, so we're finally here. We have things that can be displaced by snake blocks. If we displace the Buzzy helmet first, well, we'd have to kind of drop back down early enough to grab the Buzzy helmet. The POW, of course, is for the purpose of getting back outside through the Piranha Plant, but the Buzzy helmet is our way forward when it comes to progression. That was perfectly ill-timed. That was precisely the timing I did not want. But it does have that element of risk. And of course it is meant to simulate a pendulum trap. Very familiar, once again, to Prince of Persia. I did play Sands of Time on a GameCube back in the day, like, you know, when they were introducing the 3D revivals under what was then the Ubisoft banner after they had acquired it. I didn't take to it as much, and part of it was that it was a game with a fixed camera. It was doing relatively complex 3D platforming with a fixed camera angle, and which I think was a little difficult to work with. But it is, of course, a very well-remembered and beloved game in its own right. And yeah, for some reason, with that GameSpot thing, I don't know that, like, I haven't really heard people bring it up or talk about it or anything. Even though, yeah, it was ethically, I think, very dubious, but in a way that I think people didn't really draw too much attention to at the time. And maybe they just like Supergiant's games enough that they felt like ultimately we ended up with the right result with, you know, because I've been getting into game design, and rather than just kind of filing review scores all day. I'm often astonished at how little the games media landscape has changed when it comes to publications. Obviously, it has changed quite a lot in terms of audiences. I mean, you're watching Twitch right now, you kind of understand just how different that is from the way we used to access information. But in terms of how the traditional mastheads and publications are working, and in terms of what they consider important and worth covering, and when they'll cover it, like, it seems like they're still very stuck in a year 2000 mentality. And yeah, this is something... Oh, okay, that's exactly the wrong timing once again. This is something that I've brought up separately with people a lot in the past, that, you know, it was kind of circa 1996 that IGN and GameSpot were really taking off, when you really had online start to take over from the print magazines. And so, you know, 3D was the hot thing. Games becoming increasingly cinematic, as they say, was kind of the hot thing. Mario 64 and Final Fantasy VII, they were kind of coming along in those years as the big news of the time, the Ocarina of Time to some extent as well, that like these were the things that in the early days of that games media were being crowned as the greatest that games had ever been, although it was very much in a limited context of console coverage that was still very much divorced from PC coverage in the media environment of the time. And of course the big kind of event, like the first real challenge for that media environment to cover, was the very quick three-way triple launch of the PS2, Xbox, and GameCube. I guess PS2 was the year before, but you know what I mean. Like the sort of founding of the current era of the three-console consensus. And the way I look at it now, like, there are a lot of ways in which the priorities of how games are covered in the kind of traditional magazine-style websites is very much still stuck in the late 90s. There's a lot of stuff that just has become part of, you know, their perception of a culture just entirely from the inertia of when that media environment was starting up. And it's something that I always find to be very dated. Have we come through here already? No. Okay. I have to remember which attempt I'm on, because I've been kind of on a bit of autopilot in the early segments, but I just looked over at the clock and thought, okay, we're still in the first minute or so of this level. Makes sense that I'm still here. I'm not just backtracking to things I've done already. Let's get back to... oh, okay. Need to get back to the chomp and snake block. Yeah, thank you Twitch for helping you witness a Mario game that asks you to visit a Russian social media site. Yeah, that's a first for me too. I mean, as you could see earlier, I was definitely not set up to just pull up the browser and everything, but probably a good idea to do that if we're going to be getting more escape rooms around here, which, you know, it is on one hand kind of a nice spot to be in terms of being one of, I would think, relatively few streamers who are going to take escape room puzzles seriously and also cultivate a chat of spectators who enjoy that kind of thing. What do I think the natural progression would be? The natural progression of what? Like, what are you asking about? I mean, I think when it comes to the way that the games industry gets reported these days, there is a lot that is very far removed from the way that I actually experienced a medium, and which a lot of other people experienced a medium. Like, you know, just a... So, for example, the fact that the old review system is still kind of fixated on 1.0 releases, like very tightly packaged games that are kind of like static from the point of release. Like, I think it's had a lot of trouble adjusting to the fact that content updates are so frequent and that games are in many ways defined by both their content updates and their communities. One other thing is that, you know, that also games could spend a long time in early access, and that they could be known quantities with very well-developed and mature communities for a long time before press even decides that it's a story worth covering. And I think people in the PC space really notice this, because, like, for a lot of breakout sleeper games that are community hits, a lengthy period of building up reputation in early access actually is the norm. Things like the streaming environment, like that, when you see coverage of the streaming environment, it tends to be very limited to, it's basically celebrity tabloid stuff in a way that's limited to the biggest names on Twitch. And as you can see just by being here, it doesn't really reflect the reality of how people engage with that content. Okay, I have to take that timing when I jump, and I have to continue going right and go through the chain. And I had to do that twice. I had to do that not only to grab the Shellmet, but to grab the POW as well. However, once I grab the Shellmet, I can start knocking out the Chomps, if I have a good positioning to do so. But yeah, I mean, I think in general, though, that video games are such a massive and diverse market these days in terms of people's playstyles and the communities they build and the habits they have, that it's really impossible for any one media ecosystem to cover that. Like, we're all going to have massive blind spots. But part of it is that I think so many games increasingly are designed to be the main thing you play or the only thing you play, in the way that Mario Maker has really sucked up all my time and made me play less stuff that is not Mario Maker. That's something that I think people understood very commonly when it came to the really big community-driven PC games, World of Warcraft, Minecraft, etc. I think people from those spaces have known that for a very long time, that they kind of have their own internal media ecosystem, like their own fan websites and news aggregators and so on. And now their own YouTube channels and Twitch channels. But that's, the kind of traditional review-based or preview-based media is much more focused on discrete releases, where you have the thing come out and it's all kind of a finished package, and you play it, and then you drop it and move on to the next thing, right? Like, increasingly, that's not really the reality, I think, of how the games themselves are designed, given that so many of them are conceived from the start to be your main game, and ultimately I don't think that's sustainable. I think there are too many games that are competing for that space nowadays to be your one and only community or obsession. I think we're well past the saturation point for that. But I don't claim to be in touch at all with what other people are playing or interested in. That's just my read of how the kind of perception of the industry tends to differ from my own experience with it. And hey, Flied Fender. Welcome to the stream. Lovely emote you have there. Okay. Just a lot of mistake cleanup that we need to do in terms of reading some things like the Chomps for the first time. Yeah, Flight Fender, not running the queue today. We're kind of running long levels and some unfinished levels from earlier in the week. What usually happens is we run viewer levels during a lot of the weekday streams, and then some things spill over from that. And so that's what we do the weekend streams for, is some catch-up, some finishing, all that. So if you want to show me something, we do usually run viewer levels, and whoa, got stuck here. Wow, that's an interesting spot to be jammed in. I actually can't move at all. because of the way that the blaster is just barely displaced. Luckily, no checkpointing issues to deal with here, so we just restart. I think that probably was not caught during testing. That's a very obscure little thing. Also something that most people would know not to try. It's not even so much follow-up reviews, Safety of Man. It's more that like the audience for reviews and the audience that's shopping to select a few specific games out of a vast range of choices is no longer really the same as an audience that's willing to commit to one game long term. Like, it's just two completely different mentalities where, you know, if you look at something like Mario Maker, for instance, you're going to have very little public awareness or communication concerning the game if you're not already kind of plugged in and if you're not still active. Like, you have a lot of people who, they just kind of dropped it after the first month and they just assume the game is dead, right? Because their attention has moved on and their friends' attention has moved on. And so they come back for the major updates to the extent that we've had them. But it's very easy to just completely miss how active this still is. And I think that's sort of a natural fate. Like, even if you had something like follow-up reviews, you would have a lot of circumstances where there's such a huge gap between how long-term communities operate and how the attention span of frequent shoppers operates, that the two experiences are never really going to see eye to eye. But yeah, because increasingly you see that people's game experiences are very community-oriented if they're getting into anything on a very serious or long-term scale. Program, I'm not sure if it's max entities that are blocking the blasters or if it's based on something else like a Yoshi block or power-up block. There are a couple of different methods to do it, as you probably know. But I did notice that the blasters were silenced, yes. Okay, here we go. Now let's get down here and so I can actually grab the shell mint when it's dispensed. And I think that will allow me to at least clear the chomps, maybe. We'll see if I can do that. I would love to clear the chomps, but it looks like a bit of a dangerous thing to do. And one that is kind of time-consuming, too. I don't want to spend too much time on it when we have lots of level left to go. Nope, lost it. That's okay, because if we hit the POW, we can come back and respawn and redo this room. Not ideal, though, because I'd have to spend the time to redo that challenge. So, Fly Defender, you're not English, and if I guess which country you're in, you'll give me a follow. Maybe I should have punched in your code, actually, so I could look at your flag. Is it okay if I cheat? I can cheat, right? Because I don't currently have a checkpoint on this, so I can just look at your flag. But anyway, if I had to guess, I'm going to say no. I'll guess. It's okay. Like, you're going to make a follow account on that. It's not something I'm really desperate for. I'm going to say you're Dutch. Only because I have a massive sample of Dutch makers. I actually can't believe how many Dutch makers I have. Like, you would think they're one of the biggest countries in Europe if you were counting Mario makers proportionately. Anyway. Germany tends to be very well represented as well. Deutschland. Okay, so we're through. I have 200 seconds remaining and no checkpointing as yet. And also, I don't know how this is supposed to help me progress. Possibly it was... yes. It was through the upper part here. I don't want to bop the thwomp because that would drop the blaster on me and crush. It's this over here, right? Yep, that's correct. Grab the cursed key. And then I need on-off to be in the off state, which is correct. Whoa. Let's just dodge Fanto to the best of my ability. Yeah, well, if somebody wants to punch in Fly Defender's code, you can spoil the answer for yourself, assuming the flag is actually honest. The flag might not be accurate. Oh, okay, we have a mole boss. Interesting. Oh, interesting how it's loaded in, actually. I guess we just need to wait for him to pop up and then... Yeah, listen to the music too. It's got the music track all worked out. Wonder what the on-off at the end of that gate is all about. Hey, we got a checkpoint. Hey, this guy's gonna chase. And we'll just come through here, not going to drop into the lower level yet. It seems like a bad idea. Once again, we have timed obstacles here. That lost a hat. Okay, that's fine. That could have been worse. You think the Dutch maker community is represented because of your general technical mindset? That's going to be a P jump. That's definitely an interesting way to look at it. Now, when I respawn at a checkpoint, I don't respawn with the benefit of the Shelmet. The thing that I noticed right away is that if I come in here with the Shelmet, I could have actually bumped Boom Boom from below. Okay. Any other guesses? I mean, fairly well-known country, right? Italy tends to be very well represented. How am I supposed to know you're French? Yeah, I mean, we could have spoken French. Actually, sometimes you can kind of tell, like not on the scale of Twitch chat, obviously, but if you had a large enough sample of writing or speaking, you can sometimes find certain clues for which language somebody is coming from when they're speaking English. Why did I do that? I need to ride the platform all the way through. Anyway, thank you for the follow. Yeah, this Boom Boom, if I came in here with the Shelmet, and I'm not going to restart the whole thing, but if I came in here with the Shelmet after all that jostling around with the keys and with Fanto and so on, it looked like that was kind of skippable. Maybe. Okay. I might be wrong. We'll see. Okay, looks like a key design on the bottom. Okay. lucky for me that I have the checkpoint here. Also, maybe I can just run Boom Boom across. There's also a lower level here. No, I can't because he just stops. Let me see how low the lower level goes. Not low enough. Okay. Oh, you know what? I could have led Boom Boom across anyway. It seems like I do want to figure out this part, in case there is some kind of key retrieval. Yeah, I either have to go very fast or just kind of repeat that cycle on the right side. If my meaning is clear. Let me get back into this. You like small Mario Maker 2 streamers? Yeah, so do I. I enjoy watching small streams in this game quite a bit. I think this game, as I've said often to people who are here, is very good to small streamers. I like the interactivity of the experience on this scale. I think a lot of games don't really build small-sized communities quite this easily. Like, you compare it to most other games that are operating on this scale of viewers, those find significantly more interaction in Mario Maker than you will elsewhere. I could have just gone left. Okay. I mean, the other thing that's quite nice about Mario Maker is that the content tends to be so unique since there's just so much of it. It's not like you're just watching you run through the same game. And that's part of why I like streaming it as well, and also why I don't just do viewer levels all the time. I mean, I enjoy viewer levels, but also enjoy just recording lots of stuff that people might otherwise never see. Okay, we have a key now. So that's good. Okay, we'll just come back here. We can just lead Boom Boom across. I mean, there is that one-way panel as well. And yeah, this is another gate here. Looks like I'll probably want something like a cloud, or bone shell for that matter. Whoa. Okay. Let's activate this once more. Yeah, interesting how the spikes are constrained so that they don't throw. That might also be a limit blocking thing going on. Okay. Guess this wasn't the way. I needed an on-off activation before coming in here, and given that the conveyor belts would be going the other way, I would also want a helmet. So I need to get back upstairs. GDQ have turned her chat sub only? Yeah, I noticed that actually. I did stop by a bit of GDQ. Watched a little bit of it. I mean, back when they were running the last live event in January, it was all the people doing the honk from the titled Goose Game anyway, right? From what I recall. Okay, so I need to think about what I can actually do in terms of routing here. I guess I could... Whoops. Yeah, because I need to toggle the on-off switch before I do anything else. It's doable down there, and it's doable by riding the icicle down. Okay, no, we've got it sorted out. It's a bit of a puzzle. But we can do it. Not like that we can't, but, you know, we can eventually do it. Biggest Mario Maker streamers you follow have about 400 followers? Yeah, I mean, I guess we're coming close to your limit here. Yeah. We've been growing slowly here. Probably would have done so faster if I was just running viewer levels all the time, but I had a lot of other content I wanted to cover in the past few weeks, so... Okay, on-off state is not going to affect anything here, which is fine. Need to do this sequence once again. Oh, what? Missed P-jump. Okay. Oh, you got a randomizer level, okay. Interesting. Yeah, we'll hopefully see that soon enough. Okay. Through we go. We'll eventually get with the P-jump. Doesn't take too long to get back here. I should probably remember to do the on-off switch, though. Doesn't take too long. Okay. Kind of nice to play something that's so large scale, in fact. I mean, I'm obviously not going to get anywhere close to the single segment time of 7 minutes or 650. But I genuinely enjoy levels on a scale of a game within the game, and I feel like I rarely ever see them these days because they're so disfavored for things like viewer levels where people do want a level that's playable in a very confined amount of time. And when it is a longer thing, it's usually something that's regulated by extreme difficulty rather than the scale of the design, and so Dragon Maker 1, I saw a lot of attempts at Metroid-inspired levels, even with the comparatively limited toolset, but I've been surprised by how rarely I've seen that in Maker 2. And I think a lot of it is because there is this sense of a community meta, and that it nowadays does not really favor this sort of pacing, like the long levels with really long resets. Okay, let's not die to Boom Boom. What did I say? Okay, no, I needed to lead him over to the left side. Level made for a frustration contest, okay. Interesting. Oh, that works too. Okay, let's clean this up. Yeah, most of the obstacles here are individually quite relaxed. They feel pretty much in line with how I remember Prince of Persia, actually. Not that I remember it well. But yeah, long levels where you need to do a lot of little things that are kind of medium difficulty, but do them very consistently, that's the kind of tuning that I often say I like, and which I think I actually do like. So, it's very much a good fit for my style. But I think there's certainly this disincentive where even if you make something like this, it's very difficult to convince people to play it. Particularly trying to convince people on Twitch, for instance. Okay, let's get the P jump. This is becoming a bit of a pattern where I tell myself, okay, we need to be extra careful about doing this one thing, and of course that's the one thing that doesn't go. Let's try to get the drop. There we go. Alright, let's see if we can get these icicles activated. There we are. And that was unfortunate. Okay, let's see if this will drop. There we go. And yeah, I mean, all of this we know we can do. P-switch always worries me just a little bit. So getting the P-jump executed accurately. Okay, I have to resynchronize myself here. Okay, that was a bit of a panic move. Unnecessarily so. Okay. And forward. This level gave you an idea? Yeah, it's given me a lot of ideas. And up we go. Okay. The P-jump always throws me off slightly. I think there's something about the physics that I'm not totally comfortable with. Yeah, I could have ridden that first one down. And here we go. Okay, nearly got squished there, but managed to bump out just in time. Yeah, Fly Defender, it seems to be a pretty common experience for people to be watching this stream while having the editor open. I've had a lot of people tell me that. And I do that myself sometimes with Maker streams. Although I haven't spent nearly enough time with the editor lately, I've been kind of on a break from that. But yeah, I certainly would like to get back to our level building soon. But I tend to be rather slow at that, so... And I draft a lot of stuff that doesn't really get completed the way I would like. Okay, so we've tapped the on-off switch already, and that's good, but the thing is, that's still a problem because I don't have a shelmet. And I need a shelmet, I think, in order to get through the on-off room that you see later with the icicles that are all on the conveyors that will at this point be blue conveyors that are pushing me back. Because that's the same kind of setup that we see with Fanto in the Cursed Key room much earlier. Now, if I had just kept the shelmet in the first place, that would have solved a lot of problems, but alternatively, we'll just do this. Don't know what this gives me. Okay, gives me access to either side. That's kind of important, but that's not how you do it. I think I do need to explore, but also taking advantage of the fact that I do get pushed through. Also, exploring a bit while the state is still set to on, because possibly that's important. I think maybe I just need to ride around with the cloud and do the whole circuit. So why don't I try to toggle the on switch first? This is going to be a bit of a research attempt. It's not going to be a serious effort at flowing through everything we've discovered so far, but let me just get back here. This guy's gonna space me out, so I guess we shouldn't do that. On the other hand, let's just go back. If I really want, I can just pop out the pipe, but at this point, let's just do the rest. Just to practice it. Okay. Okay. Survive this. So we have done the on-off switch already, right? And then... yeah. The thing that gave you an idea is the jumping blasters, yes. They really do recreate some of the Prince of Persia style traps. Which have also been Mario traps in the past, but maybe not with this frequency. Okay. bit risky. Could have gone quite wrong. But a bit of practice will hopefully sort this out. Okay. Always a bit tense on that last jump there as I hear the P-switch timer expiring. Okay. You only have 6 empty slots left. Oh, in the editor or in your uploads? Yeah, I've definitely known some people to just start up secondary accounts to get more uploads in, because they make things so frequently. Okay, I do need to drop through and grab the cloud. I'll just try to do this quickly. Ah, yes, okay. No, I get it. I have to go down and take the pink coin. Interesting. If I can. Be very, very swift. Then... Okay. Got the coin. Do I get to go down to pipe? No, I don't. But I do have 2 keys now. That really doesn't help me, because the thing I need is Shelmet. Like, if I come through here, it's very clear to me that the Shelmet is the thing I am missing. Wow, that looks close. Oh, I see. Second key up top? Yeah. We needed 2 keys in that room, though, so that's correct. But I feel like I'm still missing one piece of the puzzle here, which is the item we need, and which we could have gotten from the first half. Like, I do remember that one, of course. We might just have to pass this by carefully making it across. Okay. Okay, we'll do it by carefully making it across. That's fine. Exploring with the cloud did get me the second key, and that was important. Getting a checkpoint is also important. And yeah, Flight Defender, Safety of Men, definitely has a very recognizable visual style in his comment cards. Okay, so interestingly, we are actually back in the same boss room as before, but with a spawn block, creating a different boss and creating a different exit door. But it actually is the same location, if you look at it carefully. I guess Flying Boom Boom, we could have been able to take him on top. Okay. Press the key. Let's spin that as quickly as we can. Okay. Okay. We'll do that. Like the on-off state is going to change quite a bit. Here's a music segment. Oh wow, nice track. Ah, okay, and here's some Magicuba wizardry. Going to break things open, I hope. Now we can tell from the... Looks like this is entity blocked for sure. We knew that from the blasters, but I think we know it from the Magicupas because the blasters are turning entirely into coins. I don't know if I can just bop him from the way he's coming up. Hitbox doesn't seem to be quite that cooperative. But if we're able to do so, that'd be great. Am I able to get up here? No. I think I need him to break my way open to the right. Magicuba to fire over here, yeah. There we go. Once we do that, though, we get within claw range to grab the mushroom. Grabbing the mushroom will allow me to get up to the vine, probably. Get in claw range now. Wow, Wendy is going to stand quite close. Yeah, I guess we did see Wendy present quite a threat right at the beginning of the level, and oh wow, look at that. Nice little edge case there of Mushroom getting zapped. It's gonna get zapped again and again. Okay. Let's get the claw drop, and then let's run away so it doesn't get zapped. Get out of here. Here we go. And let's escape. And hey, we're finished. And we actually blew up that little spot there. Nice ending. Blowing up the palace. Obtaining the heart, so. I think we actually did manage to do that in under the advertised 2 hours. You have a half-hour clear time on that, of course. Fairly smooth after CP2 there on that run. It's just a matter of exploring and being able to find the right nonlinear sequence. I think getting it down in 7 minutes in one segment is a very tall order. Tap out. Okay. Next thing we're going to look at today is, yeah, I've actually got another temple style level I've been meaning to bring up for a while. Let's take a look at this one. Oops. Now, I haven't played Bone Dog's levels in an eternity. It's been a long time. But Bone Dog did make some really spectacular Zelda dungeons. I think this might be one of them, which I haven't played yet. In the North Tundra, Sub-Nevea Temple, a secret treasure is hidden under the snow. And yeah, 50 coin up there. That's obtainable through an arrow, I would assume. My arrow shots are terrible. Oh, okay. That happened. It's kind of a familiar looking entry zone. Let's I think I need to restart, but no, I don't. Got a sword. And okay, interesting. I can lift it with the sword tap. Cool mechanic. But I do need to be quick about getting the other sword tap. Now that will roll all the way over and hit the on switch, and that will let me forward. Nice. That's going to be an arrow shot. 1 coin of 4. Looks like we'll eventually loop down there. And here's the gigantic temple entrance. Yeah, that's something I do remember about some of Bone Dog's temple designs, is that they do have these very ambitious exteriors. That's ultimately where we'll want to take a key, presumably once all of the pink coins have been acquired. So we see another one here. We'll ride an icicle down to get that. I missed. Okay. Let's just do it again. Let's just do it again. There we go. Okay, so this is, that's a bad idea. I feel like I want to actually reset that somehow. Because that's obviously a Pegasus Dash spot, but... I mean, once the bricks are down for good, right? Unless they have vines inside them, which these ones didn't. So I don't know what I can do about that. I think I might have just blocked myself off. Which is unfortunate. Unless there is another exit pathway that I have access to. Let's try to the left side over here. Looks like this would probably be... Oh, not a bomb throw, but... Probably send this guy up the twister? No. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, interesting, okay. Okay, that's very satisfying. This is not a sword tap spot. I think I just need to get this over somehow. Okay, interesting bridge interaction here. That's new to me. So there's something I have to do here in order to run it over to the other side. Kinda curious. Obviously, I need it to smack the POW, because smacking the POW gets rid of the muncher. Don't know what this is doing for me here. Ah, yes, the bomb is going to drop it, yeah. And that's going to send it over to POW. Great. Simple interaction. Still kind of concerned about that one spot over to the right here, because I don't think Pegasus Dash is going to cover two spots for me. Yeah, it looks like that was a reversible, which is kind of an odd oversight. Not something I expected from this level. Okay. Maybe I'm just missing something with that. Yeah, really interesting snowball usage. There is a very concentrated central theme to the puzzles you see here. It is a very coherent thematic temple that it is organized around that central mechanic. And okay, okay, fine, we'll just walk it. What was accidental? I wanted to put a bomb in there, actually. Okay. Whoops. It's okay, we've got a sword. And bump that over. And what do we got now? Okay. Yeah, pretty straightforward one-step interaction so far all over the place. Yeah, let's do the segment we don't know first. Yeah, it does seem very odd to me that that's just not reversible. But we are going to have this nice little location here. Snowball rolling up there, I think is just decorative. Nothing going on with that, that's interactive. This is going to be a bomb gate. Instant crush, very satisfying. And we'll just check the top corners for the other two coins. We already know how those are going to go. Each using a different link power, I think. This must have been a relatively early link level after the December patch last year. But it is very much a showcase of all the different link tech that you can use in conjunction with the snowball. I hadn't noticed that buzzy shell before, that seemed new. Okay. Blow that up. Grab that, and that is the key coin. and we'll get into the dungeon proper. Okay, what have we got here? We got sword. That's going to be an arrow shot. Pretty straightforward. Oh wow, what blew me up? Oh, did I hold a bomb? Okay, that's unfortunate. Okay. Ah, yes, and now I've lost access to that. Okay. Was there a checkpoint past the key door? Yes, there was. That's good. Helps. Yeah, sometimes when I fire an arrow, I hit the dash button to get back into a dashing state and don't realize I've pulled up a bomb. That's also an interesting interaction there, that you can only get in range to activate the track platform when you depress the bricks below you slightly. As with a ground pound. Downward strike. This is going to be a pretty obvious bomb spot over to the right. We'd better blow this up too. Okay, and this guy. And send me all the way over. Ah, okay. I see what's happening. And we drop down. What do we have at this point? Slopes here, blue blocks there. We'll just take it down. Once again, that's going to be dependent on the on-off state. It's going to gate us over here for the time being. And that's out of range of the thing we need, which is down there. That's going to move the blasters. And just give me platforms to proceed. Okay. Alright. Just drop this. And this is going to be 2A. A fairly relaxed reset zone here. You can see why the clear rate is as high as north of 10% with this one, just because it is fairly generous about execution mistakes. As well, just take this guy out preemptively. Assuming he doesn't get into respawn range. Okay. Bounce that, and that's a bonus. And still working my way down in the current on-off state. Looks like we'll just need to hit that in midair. Boom Boom looks stuck. And hey, Terminator, welcome. Hey, Terminator, since you are here, I know which level that is. That's Living on the Edge 12, right? We were in the middle of that one the other day, so maybe we'll be able to continue. Since you did come by, and this is the unfinished business stream. And I don't know if I actually need to take out Boom Boom, or if this is just a totally optional affair, but we'll grab the key. And yeah, Terminator, I'm not running the queue because I'm not promising anybody anything, and also because I'm taking it as long as I need to on some of these. But we may be able to do yours next after this. I'll just see. I did have some plans in mind, but you are here, so... That's what these streams are for. Looks like trying to bomb that way is probably not intended, actually. I think it's probably supposed to be a muncher bump with the fuzzy helmet over here. Yeah, I think I did this in an unintended way, but that's what we do around here, apparently. Let's see if I can exploit that. Yeah, not actually helpful. Yeah, it doesn't actually do anything useful for me, given that that's all the way over there. I guess... How was this supposed to be done, then? Oh, I need to throw the bomb to the other side of the muncher. That will launch it with a trampoline, and then what does that do? What does that do? Oh yeah, I can just bump the blasters out of the way, okay. Let's get the muncher all the way down. I think was the intended outcome. Get everything out of the way here. And we'll just pelt some of these guys. I kind of get the sense that this is something like a Potoboo that will, yeah. We'll just jump on the other side and push it. And then that was supposed to give me the jump up to the next location. That's fine. Very easily understandable. You know what to look for. Okay. I guess we can just go up slope. That's simple. And there we go. And hey, Redox, welcome. So, Flash Haul, we're not running the queue on the weekends because it's a catch-up stream. We usually do viewer levels during the weekdays if you want to drop a follow and come back, or just look out for me and come back. But yeah, the weekends are when I do long levels and some levels that spilled over from viewer levels that we couldn't finish. So we actually have a chance to do some longer content. And yeah, Redox, we're doing fine. We had a really ambitious escape room earlier in the level that required me to consult a whole bunch of outside stuff, like, you know, clues planted on social media and in audio that I needed to process and play backwards and things like that. So that was exciting. We just got through a fairly lengthy Prince of Persia tribute level. That was a lot of fun. So yeah, I mean, that's typical of the kind of stuff that we see on the weekend stream, is some really big stuff like that. I feel like long levels are, as I've said earlier, just at a disadvantage when it comes to the way that people like to play on places like Twitch. And whoa, okay. So he has wings, and so he won't just die. But a couple of pokes with Master Sword will do the job. And yeah, Redox, I know you like to keep it under 40 seconds or so. Oh, this is totally a secret. That's totally a secret. Give me a Triforce. Triforce. Right? It's gotta be it. It's gotta be it. And that's definitely Triforce of, let's say, Wisdom. Time's up. What's that? Okay. Didn't think about that. I don't even remember this checkpoint. I don't remember... Okay, no, I remember the spot now. It's that big bomb column. That's just before the boss fight. Nice little door unlocked at a boss fight, actually. Not counting on myself to one-shot him the way I did before. I like the multi-phase nature of this one. That, you know, you do need a certain number of arrow shots to count as hit number 1 to get him dismounted. And that was going to happen eventually. Okay. Phase 1 isn't too bad, since I'm well protected from the hammers. After that, it gets a little bit dicier. Because if I try to fight him at melee range and use the sword, that runs into potential problems like that. There we go. Just a couple of love taps. And now that we have time, let's make another run to that Triforce. Gonna get that heart container, of course. What to say is the Triforce of Wisdom. You know, just because everything is blue, it's just how Zelda works. And we'll collect that. The Kotobu's are going to get safely out of the way. Okay, let's see what's on this end. Okay, just more swords. Oh, is that just a... Oh, yes. Double exit pipes there. Third exit pipe over here, presumably. And then I'm going to stop the P-switch at the very end and just pass the temple. But yeah, thank you for the GG. Okay, Terminator, let's pull yours up. So yeah, for those who hadn't seen it, we made a pretty deep run in this Master Sword Escort level in the long-running Living on the Edge Master Sword Escort series when it came up in Thursday viewer levels. Let's see how we do. Yeah, I see this is dropped down to about under 0.5. But I got decently far. I'm going to take a look at the previous screen, actually, to see how far. Yeah, actually, I was about 3/4 of the way through. I was almost at that final segment. So I kind of got the sense we were that far, just given the times we were looking at. But some of that stuff near the end is still brand new to me, so we'll see how many attempts it takes to get that straightened out. Whoops. Not that attempt. Okay. Okay. Falling a little behind pace there. Tapping the sword in midair is usually the trickiest thing in this because you can't stand so close that you collect it. But because you're making a lot of those midair adjustments, you know, not only do you need to tap the thing, but you need to land safely afterwards, and that always feels like a really risky combination because tapping the sword is something that feels kind of low impact since it is something that is a power-up. And just feels very fragile. Now, I do know from experience that I do need to get everything on the first cycle or I just die. And yeah, Terminator, I know you had to leave a little bit early before I got through this the other day, but definitely noticed that you started putting in some attention to giving the level a bit more visual context. I think it's not just that it's pleasing, it's that it actually helps separate background and foreground a little bit better and makes it easier to read in some ways. Because you're not just looking at a lot of blank sky. So yeah, definitely noticed. And yeah, I'm sure you saw how far I managed to get. Whoops, bad deflection there. Well, this is kind of a series of warm-up attempts as we get back into this. Okay. Still having some trouble landing out of that. Avoiding the upper trampoline, and that was, of course, necessary for the sword to get across. You enjoyed watching the progression? Yeah, it's took some adjustment, but we managed to get it. I did think the auto-scroll felt a bit aggressive at the very start, but that's because I had to get used to the fact that I do need to do everything on the first possible opportunity. Oh. You can see it takes a while to get out of that trouble spot at the beginning where I'm cramped against the left side of the screen. Once I get out of that trouble spot, then it becomes a much more relaxed experience. We'll see. It's a bit of a tricky spot there to not go so high that I run into trouble with the upper trampoline. But at the same time, head forward, because obviously I can't just, whoops, hug the screen the whole time when it's being so aggressive about pushing me, so... We'll try it again. And hey, Inigo McFly, not running the queue right now. We run it on weekdays. On weekends, I catch up on stuff that I could not finish during viewer levels, and also some private codes, so... Be very happy to see that code when we are, in fact, doing viewer levels. Yeah, no worries. I tried to make that clear, but sometimes... You know, yeah, when people see small streamers, it's, I think, often a safe assumption that they're running a queue if they say so, and I find it's valuable to do these because there are certain levels, like this one right now, that I get on viewer levels but can't finish. And so it's nice to have a bit of a catch-up opportunity. Oops. But yeah, we'll be back to doing more viewer streams per week now that 4YMM is done with for now. Because that was taking up a fair bit of Mario Maker time. And was the core part of our programming for a while, so... I'm going to leave a lot of room open for viewer levels. I hope, and I say I hope because I've got some stuff coming up in September, October that might mess around with the streaming schedule a bit. Not game related, it's just outside commitments and such. That may make it difficult to keep the same timetable, but definitely want to get as many viewer level sessions back in order as I can. It's the thing I started this stream to do in the first place, so... Always accidentally pull the bomb whenever I come out of a high arrow shot. I mean, I have enough room to dispense with that bomb safely, but it is a really bad habit of mine that every time I have a bow and arrow firing upwards, I'll wind up with that issue. Okay, not that time I didn't. Now this part I have to wait a bit. This part I don't wait. Okay. Okay, I just missed that tap over and over. That was a difficult tap, actually. I did not expect the sword to bounce like that. I think I have to catch it on the first bounce, as usual. And it is clearly marked. It's just very difficult to time, just given how quick the bounce is going to be when it falls in that location. Yeah, as Terminator, you were just saying, it is something that thankfully is not an issue in that spot, because you can get rid of the bomb safely and very quickly. But for any situation where you have an upward shot with a lot of movement, I feel like that's always going to be a risk that you need to design around and take into account when it comes to how people will actually play Link. There's a bit of a potential point of conflict. Okay, got a bit jammed in there, but we caught up. Okay. Yeah, it does feel a bit weird that sometimes I need to wait for that to land safely on the red platforms before I lower it. That I actually have to wait to fire on off, but that's fine. I understand the level well enough by now that I have no trouble doing it. It does enforce a very specific timing window to get over to the next switch. Unless I just double tap it. Which I could also do. Nope. Bit of a backspin on that. Okay. And forward. That was very risky. We'll do it that way. Nope. Just totally missed the input there. I was panicking a bit anyway because I did have a bomb problem once again. Once I was done with the arrow shot. Yeah, I guess that left arrow is just telling me to hang back on the conveyor. And we'll back into this. Okay. Little behind pace this time. Whoops. There are definitely spots where it is possible to fall behind the intended pacing and have to catch up. You can tell that a lot of this was designed around a fairly specific intended timing. Because it's in something like the on-off segment where you run the risk of losing some distance relative to the auto-scroll boundary. It's one of the few places where that can happen. Okay, firing too far to the left. Setups are fine. I mean, you know, there's always going to be a little bit of fussiness with tapping the sword, but the deflections off the trampolines all feel pretty reliable, so... Like I said, one thing that just threw me off was that I have to delay that arrow shot there. Whoops. Swinging a little too hard there. I probably could have just made it to the upper claw. directly. And I didn't know I had that much momentum going on. That was a bit of a panic move. I do think the last sword tap that's kind of at the furthest point that it reached so far does feel like it bounces a bit too frequently. That might be a bit too close to the jump block that it's bouncing on, but, you know, it is one of the final challenges, so I can understand why you would make that a little bit harder. Okay. Yeah, right here. Have to wait it out. It's okay. Oh, lost a little bit of time there. Okay, here's the risky part. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's a hard bounce to get. Nope, almost. Almost. That was actually the last bit. That was literally the last thing I needed to do. I was one hit away. Okay. Even with how badly I was fumbling the last sword hit, I actually had enough of a safety zone on a snake block to make it past that. And that did not go. The part on the claw is the intended strat is arrow, then jump up. Yeah, I know. I've changed my order on that a bit deliberately. I've tried it both ways. I think. Oh, an arrow to take out the piranha plants. I see. No, I have not tried that. Yeah, because I guess the arrow arc would go straight down at the top of the... well, way that it's falling. Okay. Yeah, I think sometimes when you have the upper trampolines that are propelling the sword forward, it's actually more dangerous to me than it is to anything else. Because obviously you need those distances in order to get the sword to deflect properly. So I don't think you had a lot of flexibility there with this idea. But because I'm going along the same pathway as the sword here, you can see how every time I'm worried about bumping my head on the upper segment. But that's something I've seen in your levels before, and probably something I've run into, so it's not new. Okay. Yeah, I always have to pull back just a little bit. I like that I have a bit of flexibility when it comes to the pathways, though, that I can... Whoa, shooting the wrong way. That I can take some alternate paths there if I'm not quite comfortable with one specific route. But yeah, for the piranha plants, it took me a few attempts to figure out how to do the ground pound, like the downward strike, you know, reliably, because if I don't jump onto the one tile ledge before I go down like that, then I actually don't get enough height to execute the downward thrust. And so it doesn't surprise me that that was not the original intended approach. But yeah, I like having the options. I like having the options while still having the things that are required, behaving reliably. So, you know, all the sword markers are still very reliable, but choosing where to go is something that I actually have some control over, which I think is important because jumping over springs can feel so inconsistent sometimes that I think that letting the player follow their comfort is probably the right idea. Nope. Yeah, that's a difficult bounce because you only get 2 tiles off of that jump block, and it's really difficult one at a time. Like, the spacing's correct, but as you can see, and I think part of it is the distance too, that I think I was 2 tiles away from that horizontally on that last tap. And so I really do need to lunge into it. I don't have the opportunity to just go directly up the column beside it the way that I do on the earlier sword hits. There's something about it anyway that makes it much harder. Just trying to figure out what it is. I mean, it is the last one of the level as far as sword taps go, so it kind of makes sense for it to be the hardest one. But it's really quite hard. Nope, forgot that I do need to wait. Yeah, I think waiting there for the on-off switch... You know, the level does give you enough information to read that, but it's very easy to have that go wrong. But anyway, I was very close to finishing everything up to the key door. I don't know if there's anything else after that. But okay. That felt like a pretty good position. Been quite nice on the camera, actually. Okay. It was risky, but successful. Oh no, got trapped. Got trapped. Yeah. I mean, the snake block is following the speed of the scroll boundary, but I just need to hit the sword much earlier than I'm doing. I'm just missing far too much on the last segment. It is a very difficult hit, because everything's just bouncing all the time. Oops. Yeah, I think the issue on that early trampoline there that I was struggling with is that it is a little difficult to make a judgment as to whether I want a short bounce or a high bounce. Because the thing is, of course, all the trampolines are spaced to accommodate the sword, right? Like, they're all designed around the sword rather than designed around Link, and so I have to remember that, and that short bounces do tend to be a little too short when I do them. High bounces get me into some positional trouble, but it's fine so far on this attempt. Okay, just gonna double tap. Whoops. Yeah, I see a down arrow like that, and I definitely am not thinking about clearing the piranha plants with an arrow shot at all. Like, it looked very clearly signaled as a down thrust, as plan A. But whatever works. Good to have multiple strategies. Yeah, getting squished on the screen boundary there is still a challenge. Challenge to work with. Nope. Oh, after donut is arrow and then jump. Okay, that's what you mean. Yeah. Yeah. That's... I think that was how I was doing it originally. For... a little too early? Before? Yeah, no, the way that you're describing it is how I was originally doing it, instead of doing the double tap on the on-off switch that's in that low central location. But after playing it a few times, I just like this way better. Okay. That's a nice arc, actually, now that I've tapped that out. Oh, whoops, forgot a double shot. Okay. It's not this too badly. Oh! Okay, no, I actually do need to let it bounce first in order to straighten out. Otherwise it has too much forward momentum. I was not expecting that. I was really hoping that just getting that first shot would do it. I guess, and I should have known this from some of your earlier levels, I do need to let the jump block straighten it out on that column before I try anything like that. I just didn't want to deal with the block there. That's why that happened. Whoops, wrong way. Getting closer, getting closer. Yeah, and I know you had the previous level 2, I don't remember if it was number 11 or something else, that was the multi-part boss one. Not going to do that one today, but that is still one that we might have to go back to and finish properly at some point. Okay. Okay, gonna stay slightly behind. I never have a totally consistent pattern on that part, but that's okay. Okay. As early as possible. Okay, will it go? Will it go? I need to get over. The audience was kind of hiding my position on a snake block a bit. That was a little bit concerning. But that's done. Yeah, the audience effect was making me a little bit worried because I was slipping back a little bit on a snake block since I do need to walk with it. And that could have been disaster. Okay, 4 seconds off. I mean, I did hang around on the final screen a bit instead of just going for the flag. But we did it. Thank you for the GGs. Okay. Getting through a decent amount of stuff, actually. Just taking a look at my... here. I'm going to do one of the things that I had in mind early, and I didn't know if I would have time for it, but I was still in the middle of Mang's World, and still have about 7 left to go on this one. We'll see how much we can do before the next game over. And yeah, Terminator, that was quite good, actually. That's one of the better ones I can remember, for sure. Just one or two technical things I had to sort out, but, you know, there weren't really that many points that felt like they were fussy to deal with. I mean, you only really have the 3 or 4 major points where you're doing the sword tap, right? It's usually when you tap the sword with the sword that things can go wrong, but the way that was set up, that was fine. I think the auto-scroll can feel very aggressive at first, in the early parts of the level, very unforgiving, but once you get used to it, everything falls into place once you catch up with the auto-scroll. So yeah, thanks for coming by and getting to see that to its end. So I was through 2 levels. Oh, okay, it looks like this was an optional one to decide. We always do optional content. No, I cleared this, didn't I? It's blue. Oh, no. Okay, I've got my colors reversed. Blue is clear, red is unclear. I've been reading left to right, and that one required me to read right to left, and it's amazing how much that can mess with your perception. Anyway, here's Kino's journey. I don't remember having some initial trouble with this one, but it is a Mang level, and you just need to learn how to bounce on things. Yeah, starting with an initial bank of 50 lives, that will hopefully be enough to not get me into too much checkpoint trouble. Okay. No, I needed to hug the left wall and then wall jump over. That was the intention. It was not what happened, but it was the intention. Oh yeah. Here we go. Nice and springy. No, straight up. Yeah, pretty productive session today. In terms of the amount of stuff I could tick off my list as finally dealt with. Yeah. These are tricky enough that I don't think I'll be doing all of the rest of the world in one sitting. I don't think I'll have time, but see if we can at least get through this level cleanly. Okay. Still a lot of little things to fix up like that, of course. And yeah, sometimes you just need to figure out how the bounces are going to go. You would think after all the trampolines, the previous level would be a little more warmed up for bouncing everywhere. I think you really do need to go from the tree. That's what the coins are suggesting. Okay, hanging back a little too soon. Okay, that's fine. Need to take the tree after all. Oh, okay. Did not expect that. Because I was trying to aim for the hard blocks for what could have been another series of wall jumps. I guess I just haven't made it that far before. So, yeah, the last time I was here, I think I'd barely gotten into this level before I had to bail on it, so. Yep, just need to bounce straight up. and get a second bounce to get over the thwomp once we get up top. Oops. Yeah, the tree is basically there to help you make sure that you are coming in right to left in a very clean fashion. Yeah, need to get a second bounce. That's a high bounce. I think if I just hold jump into that, I should be fine. If I hold jump, it's going to give me enough height to stay above the hop chop until I land back on it for the second bounce. So the thing I need to worry about more is just straightening out when it comes to the horizontal position instead. Okay, whoops. Okay. And same deal as before. Whoa, whoa. Okay, I was trying to hold jump into that, but I do need to repress it. As I should know, it's a little bit difficult to keep some of those intuitions for bounce mechanics warm and ready when things behave a little differently than usual. Or at least differently than what you may be used to in ordinary play. Yeah, getting that second bounce once again. Maybe wall jumping out of that might be an answer. I don't know if I have enough room before the thwomp gets all the way over. Okay, few twirl adjustments. There we go. And that's a checkpoint, which is good. We have 35 lives left before I lose that checkpoint. Once again, that's going to be a double bounce followed by a bully projecting us over. I did not expect that, camera-wise. So, very sensible to have a checkpoint there. Just need to ride its momentum all the way to the right side. That bully looks very concerned. Okay. I guess I should stop this. Yeah. That's not how that's supposed to go. I am supposed to... Let's see if I can get back in position for this. Salvage it somehow. I was obviously supposed to use the bully as a springy cannon launch. How many years have I been playing Mario? That's a good question. I want to say since probably 1990. Yes, I was, I remember when Mario 3 came out. And at that point, I was already familiar with Mario 1. I was very young, but... Like, basically, you know, Mario 3 was kind of a hot new thing at a time, and... SMB 1 was something I was familiar with at that point. And so that would have actually been the first game. I don't remember what I would have played before SMB 1. But yeah, I've been at this a long time. I did have a break from Nintendo for a few years, especially during the N64 era. There have been some years where I've been out of touch with Nintendo, but for the most part, I've kind of seen certainly most of Mario history come in while it was current. I did miss the original Game Boy stuff, like Super Mario Land 1 and 2. I mean, I kind of fooled around with them in emulation much later, but... Okay, there we go. Whoa. Whoa. But yeah, I never really got to know them very well, I would say. I mean, there are definitely certain makers on the popular list in Maker 2, so I'm told, who have definitely done their best or their worst to make it refreshing. But yeah, it's really neat to see how many different generations of players have all gotten together in Mario Maker. I think that's one of the things that's been very interesting to watch, is that you have people who have been around since SMB1, like I have, and you have people who have only played Mario since the Wii, for instance. And that, for the most part, like when it comes to people who are serious makers, you can't actually tell the difference. There are a few things where you can tell the difference, and it usually has to do with things like pacing and checkpointing and such. So, for example, you know, something like the Prince of Persia level by Minibarf that we saw earlier, that's only really possible if it's coming from somebody who respected a kind of classic style of pacing. And when it comes to actual Mario mechanics, you know, I feel like somebody who's serious about Mario Maker is just serious about Mario Maker, right? Like, there's not really that much that will distinguish them. There is an effect, though, where when it comes to people who like really try to imitate the most popular YouTubers or impress the most popular YouTubers, that sometimes with them you can tell that like they're trying to imitate a certain maker style, but not really from a Mario background. So Electrodude, going back into Splatoon, okay. Yeah, hopefully I'll be able to keep in contact with you about that if I can get any matches in before closing at all. I don't know if I can. But... are you with chicken or egg, by the way? Electrodude, if you're still here. Let me know if you're actually with chicken, or if you're with the side that is evolutionarily correct, which is the egg. But we can discuss that. I don't know how I can make that safely. It feels like I'm always a little bit ahead of the swamp. There is that wall jump, though. I think maybe I'm supposed to go for that wall jump directly. Okay, down to 14 lives. Don't get too serious, SMM. At Redox, I'm not quite sure. Catching on to that, but yeah, no, I mean what I'm talking about, like people who are serious about making, like I'm not saying that you're all putting on your serious faces and losing your sense of humor or something. I mean, you know, people who are kind of thinking hard about trying to design well, rather than just being spammy and trolly and getting a reaction out of people. Okay, that's safe. Whoa, okay. Interesting exit point up top there. I don't know if I should try for that. I don't think I'll try for that. Yeah, I mean like artistically serious, you know? think most of the things that are artistically serious, so to speak, are actually really often lighthearted and irreverent and funny. You go back to a lot of classic literature, including my quasi-namesake, Don Quixote. It's amazing how much toilet humor there is. Like, it's all over the place. You know. There's people constantly stepping in poop. Hey, Wallet Inspector, we're not currently running the queue, but thank you for the follow much earlier, and the weekday streams should pretty much all be back to viewer levels when I am running Mario Maker, which is usually. Facing the wrong way with the dash panel, I needed to just face the other way. But yeah, no, what I'm talking about is that there is an effect where, you know, for instance, you can tell I need to wall jump off the thwomp. Yes, wall jump off the thwomp, that's it. You can tell that some makers really try to imitate something that they see on YouTube, like trying to do Kaizo style or troll style exclusively, like without thinking too much about what the original shared design language of Mario was in the first place. That's when you can tell the difference. Where you have some people coming in that visibly don't have that much Mario experience. But for the most part, when it comes to like high quality makers, you can't tell, I think, how old they are, how long they've been around, because at this point, when it's a good level, it doesn't make that much of a difference, right? Like, you're not going to be able to pick that out so much. But, you know, it's a big game. Very diverse community when it comes to design ideas. I still have trouble with that thwomp. The dash panels face me to the left. And I feel like I need to maybe face to the right to outrun it, unless the thwomp is supposed to provide a wall jump. Because the issue here is that I can't get over quickly enough. Yeah. Some people do take it too seriously, that's very true. That's not what I mean by... You know, like people who try too hard to be farming for the top list and so on. Putting way too much emphasis on their maker points and weekly medals, and just not really thinking about making fun and interesting things anymore, but thinking more about trying to boost their social standing. I'm down to 3 lives before I need to start from scratch because we are playing this in the Super World. Stick with it anyway, but we've learned a lot of this stuff. Yeah, I definitely need to just face the other way before I land. Because facing the thwomp just traps me indefinitely. I don't know if there's a good way to get out of that. Oops. Yeah, I think, you know, people definitely have very clear preferences sometimes for what they want to see out of this game. I mean, so do I. Like, everybody who plays this as much as we do, I think, have a good sense of what they consider to be good level design. And sometimes those ideas are going to conflict. I do find that a lot of people can, as players, afford to be much more open-minded about thinking about where a designer is coming from and being able to recognize effort that has been put into something, or thought that has been put into something that's not necessarily their own style. I think sometimes that doesn't get respected very much. But it really depends on who you watch and who is playing. Because, yeah, there are some people that will say, oh, this level doesn't follow this very specific rule that I think all levels have to follow, so I'm just going to boo it. When the whole point is to be creative and to take some risks. And to do things that are not always going to be for everybody. Okay, got through that fairly efficiently this time. And that's checkpoint 1. Oh, whoops. And yeah, I mean, you know, by most reasonable standards I can think of, the community situation around Mario Maker is pretty good. It's a lot better than most games I can think of. Like, much, much better. Do I miss cheats I could buy like the Game Genie? I never bought a Game Genie. I miss cheat codes. Like, not hacks that you plug in like the Game Genie, where it manipulates memory and such, but a lot of the things, for instance, that now get shunted into paid DLC or other forms of unlockables or things like that. Like, it used to be that developers would just be totally fine with you putting them in as cheat codes and just customizing your own single-player experience. And I think that flexibility was fine, you know? Like, it worked well. Yeah, things like the Contra code. I mean, I'm more thinking in terms of keyboard entry and such. Like, I will freely admit, you know, back when I was first playing SimCity, I would put things in like the various money cheats and such, so I could just build without worrying about money, and then that didn't teach me how to play the game properly in terms of management, but you can always go back and learn that when you're older, right? Like, same with RTS and such, that, yeah, you'd put in God mode on all your units and give yourself tons of money and steamroll the computer. But if you need to find your way into a game like that to enjoy it, like, you can always challenge yourself to do it properly another time, right? Like, there's nothing wrong with going back to that. I guess you kind of have that with some scalable difficulties these days. Like, some scalable difficulties really do just kind of feel like cheat codes. But okay, here we go. Finally got that. Yeah, still wondering about that top right spot there. Probably nothing. Very springy, look at this. But yeah, a lot of things these days, like unlockable skins, etc., or things that you have to really grind for. When things were a little more offline and single-player centric, the developers just wouldn't particularly care if you put everything in as a cheat code. But okay, that was just a miss. That was quite close. That was the right idea, facing right before you get onto the dash panels. But yeah, no, I never really did the Game Genie thing, but it's not that different, I guess, in theory. Like, you're buying something, but in theory it's not that different from a lot of things like modding that you would see in the PC side back when things were a bit more open. And of course, a lot of games on the PC scene do have very vibrant modding communities these days, so it's not like that's gone. It's just that it's much more present in certain kinds of games. Whoops. Oh yeah, and that's, I guess what you're saying is that you would want more achievements to be totally completable offline, right? Is that what you're getting at? Yeah, I find that achievements are something that don't really need to be... and people argue about this with Nintendo a lot if they're coming in from Xbox or PlayStation, but I find that achievements don't really need to be something that's, you know, totally global. I'm going to see if I can get through World 1, but if I hit game over pretty quickly, we might have to rethink that. I'll try to squeeze in one or two more of these. Oh, wow. Okay. Nope, a little too late on that. And thank you for the GG for that one just now. Okay. But yeah, like, achievements can be very good if they are well designed. But there are a lot of achievements out there that are just for the sake of achievements and for the sake of some fairly meaningless stat tracking or tasks that are not actually satisfying game interactions. Yeah, Terminator, something like, you know, paid DLC would have actually been a terrible business model for Mario Maker, because, I mean, first of all, you can't restrict players from doing that. Like, you would just be restricting makers. Just annoy everybody. And it would also not really generate that much revenue, I think, because there are tons of people in this game who only play and don't make. And, like, the only result of locking something behind a paywall, like the big updates like Link and SMB2 and Koopalings and so on, you would never want to lock that behind a paywall, because all it does is discourage people from making stuff using that. Like, they're still going to play the game. They'll be maybe a bit bitter about it, but you just have fewer makers working with those elements, and if you have fewer makers working with those elements, you just don't get stuff that's as good. Yeah, Redox, that's a pretty decent rule to follow. I mean, you can get involved when the arguments involve, I don't know, minimalist composers or something. Like, we can have really strong opinions about that, and that could be a very educational discussion. Oh, whoops. Okay. We'll see. I'm probably not going to do this past game over, but it's nice to kind of preview this, because I will want to go back and, you know, slowly, piece by piece, finish Bang's World. But a lot of these mechanics often take practice, as you could see from previous level when I had to respawn from checkpoint. It didn't actually take me that long to do everything, but you do need to land on the thwomp very accurately. Always has to be Thwomp first and then trampoline. Land on the thwomp straight and trampolines are moving already, so they're just going to naturally push you over. But you do have a very tight landing zone here. Yeah, Terminator, I think by number of hours at this point, Mario Maker 2 is easily my most played Nintendo game ever. And that is saying something, given that it's only been out a year. Of course, the fact that I'm streaming it is a big part of that. I wouldn't have nearly as much time on it if I were not playing it on a fairly regular schedule. But yeah. I mean, this has been probably the most dominant game in my schedule for a very long time. Kind of reminds me of, you know, in a very odd way, like playing World of Warcraft when it was at its height about a decade ago. Where you would, of course, have a regular schedule if you were raiding, and you would have social connections that you're making through guilds or whatever. You would have a lot of private lines of communication and a lot of sharing of information in that, you know, outside of the game you would be looking up a lot of theory or just kind of doing some stat management or playing with spreadsheets or things like that. And Mario Maker is probably the closest experience I've had to that since that. And I enjoy Mario Maker a lot more. I think it's something that's going to last a lot longer, and it's also a lot less dependent on those social connections that, you know, the game is still here even if some of those network ties fall apart. The game is still here, the levels are still here. And that's a very significant difference. Did I own Maker 1? Yes, I did. I owned Maker 1 on day one. I didn't really get into the community aspects of it. I made some bad levels. At least they feel like bad levels now, obviously. And I think a lot of Maker 2 players feel that way if they came from the first game. Yeah, I made some bad stuff in 2015 or so. I was pretty casual about the game after that, and then I got into it in a really big way in early 2019, shortly before Maker 2 was announced. Like, Maker 2 was announced right when I had just really gotten deep into Maker 1 again for the first time in years. And so I spent a lot of that time just, you know, trying to catch up to a lot of the community knowledge and tech, and trying to find good levels, and playing as diversely as I could, and learning about some of the really basic stuff that had become much more common knowledge by then about things like the memory and loading rules, and also just building interactive elements. Because the issue with the stuff I was trying to build in 2015 was that I would want to really create lots of mix and match gimmicks using the various pieces in the palette. But it would be very unpolished because at that point, you know, people didn't really have a very established idea of what the rules of the game were in terms of when things despawn or which things interact with each other or how things stay loaded in memory. And so a lot of it turned out quite rough, but then once you had a lot more community level knowledge about how the game works and how to design things that behave very reliably, then things came together quite well. Hey Zadio, welcome back. And okay, let's see what we can do here. Okay, this part was giving me trouble. I don't need to spin jump, I just need to jump. And actually, just a low bounce followed by a high bounce. And a high bounce that kind of uses the trampolines to the left. That's the thing about a Mang level is when in doubt, just hug the trampolines to the left. Maybe not when there's a low ceiling like that, but you get the idea. You'll submit some of the early bad levels? Well, okay, submit at your own risk. No, you're welcome to. There are definitely some people on the stream who have at this point sent me pretty much everything they've made that they're actually proud of, and so their only option after that is to send me the things they're not proud of. And that's fine, I'm very understanding about that, I hope. Yeah, Redux, but you make almost entirely in the 3D world style, so I don't think it particularly matters that you didn't play Maker 1. And in fact, I think it helps that you were able to just go into the 3D world with a clean slate, because a lot of the complaints about the 3D world style come from people coming in from Maker 1 who are frustrated that they can't build the same kind of stuff. Because 3D world just requires you to think very differently. So anyway, we only made one level of progress in Super Mang World, but we'll chip away at it week to week, hopefully, and get through more of it with time. And Terminator, you never anticipated you would take being a maker as seriously as you have? Well, yeah, when you get into it, you really get into it, so. I'm going to be closing up the stream fairly soon, but I'll be looking at some last few straggling levels, probably some easier stuff to close out. Nothing too spectacular, but this one here is the only level that I've not played from Saku, who is the puzzle designer who was responsible for the giant mole level, the mole maze that was in 4YMM. I've played all of Saku's levels that were marked as a puzzle. This one is not, but I think you can probably expect some non-linear routing, as with some of the other levels in the past. And yeah, Redux, that's mostly because people came in with certain expectations of how Mario Maker is supposed to work and what you can do with it. And they weren't thinking about how to use 3D World's tools to their potential. They were thinking mainly, I think, about what you couldn't do with it, and I don't think that's a very good approach. I mean, there are a lot of things you can't do in 3D World, but there are a lot of things that are very unique to the style, as you know very well. Anyway, here, everything is just peachy. Clue above locked doors. Pink coins, optional. Well, Terminator, the unlock in Maker 1 was not based on any kind of story. It was just based on launching the game a certain number of times over the first week. Most people just kind of disobeyed that and worked around it using the system clock. We're just going to follow the clues on top of the door. This is actually familiar from several Saku levels. But yeah, I actually tried to obey it, and I tried to just use the top rows of the palette to create things that were simple but effective, which was what Nintendo wanted people to do and which nobody actually did. Except me. But yeah, Maker 2, I think it's definitely, well, it was definitely something necessary for them to just start out with full palette, given that a lot of people were just coming in from Maker 1 and wanted to port things over right away. And of course there was actually quite a lot of frustration as well about the fact that you know, things aren't really one-to-one between Maker 1 and Maker 2, that there's a lot you can do in the original game that you can't in this game. And that certainly frustrated a lot of people as well. I kind of wanted to bump that mole from below. I don't know if I can. Except I think he bounced up to the top level. Maybe. Ah, okay, yeah. Now we can stop him. Yeah, so these are not really puzzles so much as spatial challenges. Which makes sense. Okay, there's a checkpoint. I will need to loop around for it. How is going to release a Wiggler? Wiggler is going to not loop around for it. It's going to just give me a jump. Get up here. And what else have we got? Okay. Yeah, this ledge up to the left here. But yeah, a lot of stuff in the 3D world style still feels very underexplored. Okay, Big Wiggler is holding the key. Thought about that. Big Mole over here. I think I just need to keep him alive. And send these guys over to the right. No. And the mole's going to give me access to the claw. Yeah, you really kind of need to think big in terms of spacing in order to a level like this one. Oops. Clear out as much space as I can. Didn't really clear out bottom segment there. But it's okay. Yeah, we'll just hit this again. And that released it. And then I need to crush it, probably just by leading it over to the blaster. Does risk despawning if you go too far, so need to get it over here. Oh, no, get over. And there we go. Crunches it right by the door. And yeah, using the available tools to find the best solution for your problem, as you were saying, Redox, that is definitely it. I mean, you know, people will always appreciate more tools, I think, or more convenient tools. But yeah, even within Mario Maker, I think it does pay to be focused. Like, early on, and I was certainly as guilty of this as anyone, but early on I think there's a certain interest in wanting to just use everything you can everywhere and really show off the whole feature set in a big way. And the further you get into the game, the more you feel like it's a good idea to concentrate on a few specific ideas. I don't really like the suggestion that I should be standing on top of the munchers and taking damage. That seems not that intuitive. I think I just need to race the Wiggler over here and get on top right away. And bounce around. I think that is in fact fairly clear. Yeah, just get around. Okay. I don't know if I have to keep the mushroom. Okay, that reloads. Oh, I actually still have to race it, don't I? Okay. Missed POW. Missed that POW. This means we'll have to do the whole ride again, I think. Yeah, that's okay. Okay, just going to race it. Let's not get clipped when it turns around. Have to give it some room. Okay. Race it down. Let's actually hit the POWs accurately this time. And that works. And, oh, I'm missing a coin. Huh. That's unfortunate. Now that's easy enough that I think I'll go back and try to do a coin hunt. Okay. Might have been something early. Didn't really check thoroughly around these locations. Just try to sneak in here to see if I can scout anything. And thank you for the GG. Yeah, just have to keep my eye out. Okay, there's one coin there. And yeah, it'll be very interesting to see in the slightly longer term just what happens to the health of this game if it's no longer receiving major updates. Because that does have a fairly sizable impact on people who are brought back in if they have been lapsed for a while. It definitely did seem there were things that could still be done this game. Okay, that seems to be a poor position to work with. Try to realign the mole somehow. A little bit fussy. Unless there's a better way to do it, yeah. Be and jump on him somehow. Or yeah. I'm gonna try to wrap around. And oh, almost there. Did I just despawn the guy? I think I did. No, he needed to be loaded up top. That's fine. It's okay. Still on track. Let's not die to him. Scan carefully to see what I missed. Okay. Point here. Oh, maybe something involving the whole timed P-switch traversal, which wraps me back around this part of the level. That's actually quite neat to know what's going to happen. I mean, as is strongly suggested by just all the bricks over here, but to kind of know what's going to happen from that P-switch and come back here and take a look at how everything is laid out. Okay, let's do this once more and just scan around carefully. Still don't know what I could have missed. Nope. Just lead him over. Also kind of interesting that the interaction there draws attention to what's going on with the mole. Draws attention to what's going on with the blasters, rather, before that actually comes into effect. Slightly later in the level. Did I ever check this door? Looked like a... Oh, okay. Maybe this was it. Yeah, that was the one. I think I just assumed that was a reset door without actually thinking about where it would exit. But we have that, and that should be the last remaining secret before we close this out. No, I need to go back and hit the switch. Let's just do that. It's gotta be the P, right? Yeah. Oh, going a bit slowly. Hang on. Just try to navigate this cleanly for once. Okay. And then we'll press the wiggler. But yeah, really like a lot of the looping layout here. In terms of having elements that are used in one context come back for another context like this one. It was very satisfying to see that kind of reuse and repurposing. Okay, down here we go. And now we continue to the Wiggler ride. I believe that's just the last thing we'll have to do here. Race it over. And over here. Okay. Simple. Wait for this guy here. And that's the last coin before the safety coin. Okay, not exactly record time for anybody here, but let's just take a peek. And yeah, I remember this from the title image, I think. So we'll just grab this massive red stiletto, and that will do it. Okay. At this point, I'm just trying to assess if I have any remaining that I can take a look at. That would be fairly easy to put together. Or if I do have to call it. Let's take a look at one more. So this is Planes on a Snake by Death to Spies. It was actually the first version of a level that was very recently re-uploaded and was, I think, re-uploaded with a few changes to make it harder. I have not played either version. The new one really took off. I think it has like 10,000 plays or something. And I'd actually marked them both down as something I'd want to do, but I am kind of getting to the end of what I can handle on this stream, and so let's chicken out and take the easier one that's around 6%. So here's Planes on a Snake. Play as Link now, so here's a Spinfly level. And obviously will not involve Link because it is in Super Mario World, but it will involve the cape in some capacity. And, okay. Oh, whoops, should have actually gotten ready. We're going to be a little bit behind. We need to press right up against us. And then spin back. Okay, yeah. Just doing the initial read. It's clear, I just need to do it. Yeah, very satisfying mechanic that doesn't tend to be shown off all that often in the sort of difficulties that I tend to work with. Yeah, that's going to be another spin fly. I will not claim to really know the finer points of the spin fly mechanic in terms of where it's supposed to take you, but that's why we practice these. Death to Spies, of course, is very well known for levels involving the flight items, both the Super Leaf and the cape in Super Mario World. Those were very much signature elements even back in Maker 1. And I don't know if this would be a... not a port, obviously, because of all the elements that are unique to Maker 2, but sort of it's an adaptation of an existing concept. But of course, spinning with the cape was a pretty common concept for this Maker regardless, so... As you can see, the notifications start to... not the notifications, the indications start to drop off a bit as you crisscross the level, partly because I think it would just confuse things. Oh wait, no, this is repeatable checkpoint. What am I doing? It was a very obviously repeatable checkpoint. We in fact saw the 2 pink coins outside the pipe gates earlier. Okay, missed that. Yeah, you do need to strategically land and take off once again in order to do this. Yeah, this isn't too bad. I may, in fact, take a peek at the new version just to see what has changed at the end of this one. But... okay. That sudden updraft at the very end always catches me a little off guard. It's one of those indications that I don't really know my cape mechanics well. Or at least as well as I thought I did back in Super Mario World, where it was pretty much never something tested. I actually don't know how close it is to the original cape spin physics, even though so much about the cape was ported over faithfully. And is scarcely used, I think, simply because cape in general just demands a lot of game-specific knowledge more than almost any other item. Oops. If you really want to use it effectively. Other than something like the cat suit, of course, which was basically an original implementation in Maker 2, despite being adapted from the one in 3D World. Don't know if any of you keep up very closely with the latest videos from Sieve Gaming, but it was such a standby for tech-oriented Mario makers, but... oh, I already did that one, okay, yeah. There was a new video just yesterday, I think that was. First of all, a complaint about the removal of icicles from global ground, which I was very similarly frustrated with, but also about the implementation of the catsuit, which I always thought really felt quite different from 3D world in a way I couldn't quite place, because I hadn't thought about it very thoroughly in the adaptation to 2D. But yeah, when you look at it closely, there really are some serious differences between how you would expect the catsuit to operate. You have 3D world experience and how it is implemented here. With the cape, though, the cape is pretty much the cape we remember. Just that you don't see it tested that often because a lot of players just don't know it. I mean, we were saying earlier in the stream that you do have some differences in game knowledge depending on people's background and how inspired they are by the actual original games versus the Maker meta, particularly the popular Maker meta on YouTube and some of the biggest channels. No, doing that too early and just bumping my head against a panel. Okay. Up we go. But yeah, so many things involving the cape, from the you know, downward pounding attack to a dive, rather, to just some of the... Whoops, why did I do that? Oh, okay, no, I'm safe. And in fact, I can spin all the way up. And what do I do with Yoshi now that I've done that? I guess I just exit. And there we go. Okay, that was straightforward. Let's do the hard version. Or the slightly harder version. Fairly common, as I know from some of the Leaf levels for Death Despise, to create multiple difficulty settings and kind of patch old designs as they go with new content without replacing the original upload. I can't imagine that the new one is that different. Although it noticeably does not have the leaf as the thumbnail. Not the leaf, rather, the feather as the thumbnail. Yeah, and this one approaching 10,000 plays, so seems like it took off like a rocket. Much more so than the original one, in fact. Should be more or less the same level, I think, but just take a look. That's a yay. Yeah, it seems like a minor alteration with some of the on-off setups, perhaps, but can't quite tell the difference. What I'm seeing so far, there is a checkpoint here. Okay, so no longer the same multi-checkpoint setup. The spikes there. Slightly tighter margins over here. Oops. Yeah, very much just a straight-up hard mode. Not harder by much. I mean, just some tighter corners. Some other danger zones. Oops. Same spot. Let's see what we can do here. Oop. We can do better than that. Okay, on. And... whoops. I was about to say doing better so far, and then have a landing like that. Okay. But yeah, all in all, pretty decent stream today, I think, in terms of accomplishing a lot of the stuff I wanted to get done. Got through both of the big dangling unfinished levels from Thursday. Control level from a menu and the Master Sword level from Terminator. Nope, needed to land on that and go back up. Managed to get some world content done, and of course there was that huge centerpiece of the Prince of Persia level by Minibar. Oddly, I think the highlight will be the thing that was unplanned as part of the stream, which was the escape room with all the audio clues and website clues that we saw early on. That was a rather unique experience and was actually one of a series, and so we'll perhaps see some more of that as Tempest decides to come back. Hey, Exosi, we're going to be finishing up pretty soon, and so I'm not taking anything in the queue today, but viewer levels are a pretty common thing for me to do during the weekdays. Usually I use the weekend stream as a bit of a catch-up, both on my own private list and also on some levels that spilled over from viewer levels. So that's the usual way we run things here. Would be very happy to take your submission some other time, though. I don't need to land gracefully there. Little bit of upward pressure rather here from the lava, although you do need to be precise about everything to begin with, so it's mostly just enforcing your takeoff timing at the very start. It's not really going to kill you otherwise. Yeah, very satisfying interaction all around, the way that it just hugs the slopes very gently. That's something that you won't necessarily get. Oops. There we go. That's something you would definitely not have gotten from Maker 1. It's just the way that you can control your flight pattern with slopes. Very subtle touch. And I had a couple more listed, but I think we'll close up with just one last one. This will seriously be the last one. I've been saying that a few times already, but those went by quickly, so. New York Fries. A fast food franchise that is not, in fact, based in New York. So this is the other new one from Document since the upload of Static Cling with 4YMM last week. We played the Buzzy Beetle Stampede already, the Buzzy Stampede. This was the only one, Bonehone Bayou. Green water is bad. This is a little bit below 2%, which should be a pretty gentle range for us to work with as a platforming experience to probably close out this stream. And it's likely to be the last one I pull up today. Okay. Have a lot of trampolining going on today, for sure. That needed to be a short bounce, and one that would get me over to the right, over to the bones, once again, on the skull platform. Yeah, just need to control my low bounces better, I think. There is going to be a method here, I just haven't quite sorted out what that will be. Get on the bones right away, in fact. It's probably much better. Let's watch out for that. Now, I see 1 coin over the skull platform to the top left, 2 coins over the muncher stack. That's probably telling me 1, 2, 3 what the prescribed order is. That it should be platform, like skull platform first, blue platform second, back downstairs third. So I'm choosing to read the signaling here, and I think that's probably going to be it. Okay, that's 3 to go. Yeah, I probably should have done that on the first bounce. I thought I had enough timing available that I could get away with doing it on the second, but occasionally we'll just need to adjust to make those judgments. Okay. Get around. Okay, not watching that. Those are the sort of simple mistakes that definitely kind of confirm that we're getting close to the end of what I can handle in a single stream. But okay. Again. 1, 2. Yeah, let's actually watch the safety zones here carefully. Heading out? Yeah, have a good day, Redox. Thank you for dropping by for so long, as always. And we'll just come here and go. Down and up. Very satisfying to pull that off. Okay. Didn't quite like the timing there. Felt like I was maybe too far ahead of the thwomp. But I didn't really see much of an opportunity to slow things down either. So we'll just wrap around one more time. And back up we go. Okay, that's going to be a bit tight. So. Probably should have gotten the second bounce off there, as we did on the previous attempts. And yeah, we'll just wrap around this once more. It feels pretty manageable so far. Definitely nothing out of reach, technically speaking. And so we'll just need to whoops, not make mistakes like that, first of all. Okay, 1, 2. Okay. Yeah, it's actually a risky looking wraparound down low, but works out well when you execute it as planned. I don't know where I'm supposed to land there. I think I'm probably supposed to land on the skulls as they're going down. That does not seem safe at all, though, relative to the font timing, but... yeah, I guess that would probably have to be it, that you need to land back on skulls when they're already in their falling animation. Unless there's some way to tighten up the timing a little bit for the thwomp to be a little further to the right when all that happens. Doesn't look like it though. So we'll just have to work around what we have. Yeah. Not quite what we need just yet. Okay, up we go. Okay, there we go. That's safe after all. Assuming that, of course, we duck under the piranha in order to get through the rest. That was a low bounce. It was just a low bounce that was poorly positioned. Right idea, bad spacing. And we'll just wrap around here. Seems like I played plenty of these side thwomp levels right from very early in Maker 2. Particularly side thwomps that were being slowed by lava or poison. Given a bit of drag. Oops. This still has some fairly unique setups. Particularly when you're doing some circuits like this. So wrapping around several locations at once. And revisiting... Whoops. The thwomp as soon as you're able. Yeah, sometimes I do have to make a bit of a snap judgment depending on positioning as to whether I will do one bounce or two. And oftentimes those judgments are wrong. Okay. Looked risky for a moment there. Yeah. Getting onto falling skulls and then getting into the safe zone afterwards. There is a question block under that piranha, and I have not tapped it yet to see what it's for. Could be something like a parachute one-up, perhaps. Not a parachute one-up, a winged one-up, perhaps. I definitely see that being the case. Unless it's just a coin. Get your attention. And, okay. Nope, no, bad idea. And forward. And once again. Taking advantage of a little bit of that forward momentum. Jumps there were too high. I actually don't want the fullest jumps off the Goombas when the point is to back onto Skull platform afterwards. Something should have been thinking a bit harder about. It was a little risky to sneak under that piranha there. Whoops. That looked dangerous. Yeah, a little bit difficult to slide under that piranha there. That's quite near the exit pipe to this part of the level though, so Looks like we're a good chunk of the way through, at least. And forward. That was much too hesitant. Managed to save it, though. I think the way to do it is actually to just stay on the left platform for a little bit longer, the safety zone for a little bit longer, because then we can lunge at the thwomp when it's underneath the piranha in the center, not worry about bouncing into the piranha. In fact, that's one of the things that I'm sure the coin block under the piranha plant and above the safety zone is meant to suggest. That it's meant to suggest that you need to linger there a little bit longer and be patient. It's just a tiny little incentive for you to do that and play that way. That's how I'm reading it. Okay. Forward. Doing okay so far. And yeah. Under like that. That's perfect. And the POW is just going to dispense with the thwomp. Something we've seen commonly enough. Okay, we're going to have a bit of a stump train that's on top of a number of thwomps. This little slot up to the top left here looks awfully suspicious. Let's just take a look. That's a 1-up. You can also see that this is built using the implicit screen lock, I think, of being built to the halfway point. Although, if it were, it just wouldn't scroll up at all. So, looks like we hit the button here. That sets the train going. So, need to make some snap decisions about whether we get on the trampoline. Obviously there, we needed to land a little further to the right to crouch and sneak under the piranhas. And we'll try to do that as quickly, accurately as we can. I knew that was going to go fast, and I still didn't manage to compensate for the velocity at which it was going to start taking off. And oops. Okay, stop this guy. And forward. Yeah, no, I need to stay down for that. I think I was a little bit too distracted by reading the whole column under the pokies there. Okay, this is pretty satisfying once you get into the proper rhythm of it. Okay, once more. And yeah, shorter jumps here. A little bit short of where I needed to be. If I just had a slightly better jump off that mecha there, I could have landed on a trampoline. Pretty readable, though. Very readable blind, in fact. So it was just a matter of getting the distances right. There are, of course, occasionally going to be some tiny differences in synchronization. Okay, grab the shoe. I just missed. Obviously, the idea there was to Bounce off the trampoline, drop the shoe, get on the other side, and I think the shoe should still be available once you get to the right of that huge column. Yeah, once again, one of those situations where the blind read was correct, but the execution was way off. Compensate with the short jumps here. Knock this guy out. Lose the shoe. Yeah, that was just going to be a P jump onto that stack of bricks there. That was actually fairly clear, and kind of surprises me when I see a winged P jump quite like that, but that's just from not seeing those that often and having to read on the fly where the coin transformations are all going to be. Because there are bricks that don't turn into coins, but every coin is going to turn into a brick, and so just need to keep that in mind. Plan accordingly. Whoops. Too high there. But yeah, I think we do have the general idea worked out, so. Whoops. I was trying to duck there. That was not successful. And up we go. Okay. Yeah, gonna have to lose the shoe and spring, in fact. Okay. About the P jump, just not really getting enough of a bounce off of it. Once again, having the right idea and just not very good execution to follow it up and make it happen. And oh, coming in a bit low there, I think, but made it. Yeah, once again, I'm hitting the P when it's in a bit of a low position on the float. I think I just need to catch it when it's a little bit higher, which may be a bit tricky to plan. I don't know if it's viable to just leave the P, in fact. Didn't really get a proper read. Whether we can just go through the coins as is. That is, in fact, necessary, but then there really isn't anything extraneous in this level, or optional, and so I assume that every step there is, in fact, required. Okay. Let's get over. Not that far over. And over we go. Yeah, doing a bit of momentum correction up top as we drop in, just as a matter of safety. Whoa, 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 whoa. That's a bit of a save for an attempt that did not feel like it was going well at all. Yeah, once again, just missing the bounce. I am trying to rebounce on the P-switch as is required. Or as I think is required. And I'm just not getting it. Up we go. Oh, whoops. Never mind. Guess we won't be headed up that way after all. Down. A bit sneaky about those crouches. And forward. Yeah, pretty nice sequence there. Very satisfying to just suddenly have that big burst of forward motion. I don't know what's going on here. I feel like maybe I needed to avoid the switch entirely. Unless there was a very compelling reason to hit it. That was unexpected. Okay, this attempt we're going to just avoid the P-switch. See what happens. Although I think it was necessary in order to unblock the path for the boat. I'm not sure, because I have not been reading that too closely, apart from watching the P-switch and watching the coins and trying to land a jump. But clearly something went wrong there. And that the piranha plant proving to be an obstruction. So, that was not right, whatever it was. Okay, minor adjustments once again. I don't know if that's made better if I somehow manage to keep the boot. It doesn't seem possible to keep boot simply because something right after you drop the boot does clear out the surface of the platform, including the trampoline that is on the platform. Everything does get cleared out, pushed away. Wasn't paying the closest of attention to what precisely was managing that, but let's take a look and see what that is all about. Wait. Back here one more time. Yeah, not really managing to drop the shoe. I see. Oh, no, just need to tap this guy. Yeah. Need to read ahead properly a bit, too. Get stuff like that going, and we are through the pipe. And that's it. And that's a 1-up on the flag. And that's it for Bonehone Bayou. So with that, I am going to wrap up this stream. Once again, I think that was a fairly productive session. And as is typical, I am going to scan around to see if anybody is particularly rateable. Usually searching for somebody who is doing Mario Maker as well, but we'll take a look and see if there are any surprises. We'll try to find somebody with an open queue too, for those of you who may be itching to submit, but we'll just scan around and see who's available. In the meantime, viewer levels are going to be back later this week. We'll be hopefully running a couple of the daytime sessions. The exact scheduling information is going to be on the Discord channel, but we've had some fairly regular times over the past few weeks, and with 4YMM all taken care of, that's going to open up some more time for viewer submissions as well. Other than that, that's going to be all on my end today. So thank you so much for watching. Stick around if you want to follow us into our next recommendation. But for now, have a good morning or good afternoon. And fare thee well once again.